All right. Greetings, everyone. Hope you all are doing well. Oh, let me change the screen real quick. Hey, I know it's been a minute. I know. My bad, y'all. My schedule has been absolutely crazy, but I am determined to try to do this on a more regular basis. Somehow, some way, we're going to get it done starting tonight. I want to keep pushing through this Pillars of Eternity playthrough so we can get to some other games as soon as possible. So let me check. Looks like my camera's on and is working. I see my mic levels going up and down, so that should be fine. And let me jump right on into the game. And let's see.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
All right. I see my desktop audio levels jumping up and down as well. And I think that means we should be all good. Let's go ahead and get into it. Wait, but first I have to remember what the heck we were doing the last time we were on here. Oh. So we had just cleared all of the outskirts of Durgan's battery, and we picked up Devil of Karak. So now we need to head back to that original first camping area because there should be a bunch of quests that we can turn in. And let's see, hires a small group of mercenaries. So doesn't look like there's anything at the home base that we need to deal with at all. Ooh, but we do have some more things we need to build, so I need to be diligent about that. We're about as strong as far as security as we could possibly be. Okay. Let's go ahead and quick save here. And right, Stalwart Village. Okay, so I think we did everything we're supposed to do in these three areas except actually enter the castle. So we'll go to Stalwart Village first, turn in all the quests that we can. Then we'll deal with Durgan's Battery. And then after Durgan's Battery, I think we should probably go ahead and do.
I think I'd miss this place. Had that much right.
Certainly.
Ooh, I can talk with her. Wait, hold on. Let's do that.
Village was a touch livelier when I saw it last. Ain't saying much, though.
Her head swivels as she looks around. What do you remember about Stalwart?
Bitter cold and a persistent odor of fish. And that were just the people.
Why did you want to come back anyway?
Anything's better than Galvino's workshop. You ain't heard the old buzzard sing.
She turns away again.
Anyway, what about you? We seen lots coming through, trying to crack the battery, but no watchers.
She looks back at you, her black eyes glittering. Stalwart needed my help.
The do-gooder of the Deerwood. You're a rare breed these days. But don't let me keep you from the sights and sounds of Stalwart. They're easy to miss.
She rests her hands on her hips and turns to look around. I want to ask you about something else. The black marbles of her eyes scrape against their sockets as she looks. Can't see the game. Oh, yeah, that's a good call. God dog it. All right. There we go. Now the screen has changed. You should be able to see it. My bad. I'm a little out of practice on this. Let me know if you have any other problems with the stream. Good to see you, Mateus. We finished. Right. Went through all of our dialogue last time. So that should be fine. And let me check him again, because if I remember correctly, he has a bunch of dialogue that we still haven't gone through. I had
If
questions.
doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skidding your knuckles on the wrong door.
I want to ask you about the region and its history. Do you have nope, so he won't let me ask anything again yet. All right, fine. I don't
Certainly.
remember what wait. Fast mode. There we go. What quest do I still have
Hey there.
outstanding?
Let me know if you need anything.
I thought you were cured. You mean you I'm not gonna do that to him. Oh, that's right. I need to find a soul that I can use to open up the Durgan's Battery Castle. That's why I couldn't get into it yet. Okay. Slowly but surely it's coming back to me. Read his soul. The snowy paths peel away, and the brisk air gives way to the acrid stench of smoke. A dark cloud billows up from the remnants of a burning house at the far edge of a rocky field. You are low to the ground, held in place, and above you, the wind tugs embers back and forth like firebugs. The vision in your left eye is
Not
clouded.
so brave now, are you?
A dark shape swings toward your face, and the subsequent burst of agony jars you out of the memory and back into your own skin.
You got the look of someone with his teeth around a secret.
Her cold fingers are locked around your arm. Her black eyes search you.
That's enough.
Palagina places a feathered hand on the devil's shoulder, like a mother attempting to pull away an overly intrusive child.
What? Did I spill something on myself?
Rayfall looks down at his clothing. Farewell. Oh, we can talk to Devil of Karak again. What is
Didn't
that?
think there was anything more than lice and hoarfrost to these folk, but you had a look back there. What do you find when you're rooting around like that?
Intellect. First, tell me the real reason you wanted to follow me to Stalwart.
Mayhap I'm looking for someone. Woodcutter by the name of Harmka.
Intellect. This doesn't have anything to do with Cold Morn, does it?
It sure does.
Her fingers tighten into fist, the metal squealing and rattling.
He was one of them. The mob that destroyed Cold Morn. I tracked him to Stalwart years ago, but got caught before I could finish my business.
Dark, iridescent whirls appear and fade on her chest plate. Heat ripples from her metal carapace. Perception. Sounds like there's more to it. This one's personal for you.
This man, Harmka. I saw him outside my house the night it burned, staring into the flames the way I seen you stare into souls.
Her fists clench and loosen in a series of rapid, random movements.
I knew it were a fool's errand trying to hunt down every man and woman that carried a torch into Cold Morn. But
She twists her head from side to side and holds up a hand, the delicately engraved palm empty but grasping at something.
If I knew I got the one responsible for my kin and my hearth, I could rest easy.
How can you be so sure about this Harmk fellow?
I took a good long look that night. Ours was a little place with a yellow door right on the edge of town. He was there.
She nods slowly.
Besides, I asked around when I first got to Stalwart. Townsfolk said that all the woodcutters in town took part in the purge. Point of pride for them.
A small plum of heat rises from a seam in her skull. What does this have to do with me?
I told you he was part of the mob. I spotted him watching my house when it burned. But when we find him, I want to know if he's the one responsible for my home, my parents, and my brothers and sister.
One of her thumbs rubs absently at a scratch on her hand.
I never thought I'd have the chance to know for sure. But you could look into his soul and find out. You being a watcher and all.
I'll do what I can.
Mighty fine of you. Mighty fine indeed.
She nods again, her head bobbing along to a drowsy cadence.
Don't know where he dallies these days, but someone in Stalwart could tell us. People from little villages, they always know.
The black marbles of her eyes scrape against her sockets as she looks at you. That's all. Okay. I didn't realize our quest comes out so quickly. Very, very nice. Think there's a chick in here who... She's the one who lost her cart, right? I think that's another quest we can turn in. And you're just a regular bard. There you go. You
Look like you've been in the wilds. You see my wagon out there?
I found your goods.
You've saved my hide. I can't thank you enough. But I hope you'll take this.
Fair enough. I'll take my reward then.
Here, as promised. Thanks again. With a little luck, I'll trade these blizzards in for a sea breeze soon enough.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check the quest list once we get through with this. Oh, wait. If I remember correctly, there's another person in here with another soul I can read. Because I think there's like 3 or 4 different people in town who have souls you can potentially use to get through the castle gate. And I don't remember if there was one in particular that I preferred to use. So I gotta look at the stories for them and find out.
Something I can do for you? Halfrick's got me straightening the rooms, but I'll help you if I can.
Read her soul. You feel for Wena's essence and almost instantly find yourself wrapped in darkness. It takes you a moment to realize that you've plunged into a very old memory. But as your eyes adjust to the torchlight, you find yourself standing in a gloomy tunnel that you instinctively recognize as part of Durgan's battery. A handful of figures in patchy cloaks and hoods, dwarves like you, hunch over a minecart. They're loading it with cloth-wrapped bundles from which you see the occasional flash of metal, the edge of a blade, or the burnished glow of plate. The other dwarves scurry with a curious mixture of haste and caution. They stack the bundles in a din of muted clangs and thumps, following the echoes of their ruckus down the tunnel with nervous eyes.
Pay attention. Sooner we get this done, sooner we can go.
Your voice is a dry whisper, and your nerves tingle with energy. You feel the same apprehension that the others do, but unlike them, you relish it. Still, you look over your shoulder, just in case.
We're hurrying, Captain Gregor. Honest.
When you turn back, the others have redoubled their efforts, and you feel a pleasurable twist in your gut as they fill the cart. Being captain of the guard doesn't pay much, but it does allow you to visit the armory without raising eyebrows. And with Coinmaster Zoltan selling off half of the battery's arsenal, who's going to notice a few more missing pieces? Besides, you've got a buyer lined up, as long as you can move these goods out of the battery before someone squeals. As you surface for the memory, you realize that an awakening will be permanent for Owena. There may be others in town you can awaken instead. You look up to find Owena staring at you.
Sir? Excuse me, sir. You all right?
Her head is cocked and her brow is furrowed. Farewell. Okay, so that's one possibility of a person who I can use to get through into the gate for the castle. Argo, what's going on? Yeah, man, long time no see indeed. My schedule was absolutely bananas, but now that I've been to the conference, hopefully things will calm down and we'll be able to stream regularly as we
Did it
should.
ever occur to you that maybe those dukes sent you here to screw things up?
It takes a paranoid mind to dream up a scenario where that makes any sense.
Hate to piss on your daisies, but them dukes will sell you out when it suits them.
My life is theirs. I don't question how it will end, so long as it ends in service to the Republics.
Didn't expect to see you stream today. I hope you had a nice trip recently and are doing well. Yeah, my trip was really, really nice, man. I really, really enjoyed it. My company actually sponsored a bunch of kids to go on this trip, so by attending it, I got a chance to speak to a lot of the kids and try to provide some mentorship to them. It was extremely fulfilling. I had an absolutely fantastic time. And since I was already back and wasn't really doing anything tonight, I figured, hey, I might as well stream. I really, really want to get to the point that I'm streaming on a regular basis. So I figured, why not go ahead and just start now, kick it off.
Got to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was.
Read her soul. You feel her essence humming and buzzing. Another personality and set of memories lies dormant within her soul, convulsing as if in fitful sleep. The contours of that dormant soul are sharp, ragged. As you reach out for it, it seizes you violently. You're standing in a darkened feast hall. Sturdy tables and benches have been stacked against the door in the far end of the room. You know it won't be enough. A few dozen other dwarves from your tunneling crew wait with you, shovels and pickaxes in their shaking hands.
Sinove, please. If we go now, we can get behind the barricade. We won't do any good here.
He's right, and you hear agreement in the quiet murmur of the others. But Arms Warden Maroon ordered you to hold your ground here. Yet in those rising whispers, you hear the opening bars of mutiny. You've never tolerated insubordination from your crew, and you aren't about to start. So, you heft your pickaxe and swing it into the man's skull. He collapses, and the others fall silent. The acrid odor of urine rises from his body.
We're gonna go down fighting. Anyone who feels differently can settle it with me right now.
Your voice is hoarse from hours of shouting orders, but no one else moves. They cast their eyes down in the flickering torchlight. Something thuds against the door. The others raise their weapons, picks, shovels, and a few swords, but they don't dare flinch. Your own pulse pounds at your temples. You pull back from Tiena's soul, but you feel Zeno's wrath and ferocity tugging at you still. Her essence thrashes, lashing out as an unseen enemy. Zenobia is powerful, but dangerous too. Her fury has anchored her to old and threatening memories. Tiena, however, seems unaware of any of this, and she blinks back at you with cloudy, placid eyes. So she's a possibility. Leave. I could awaken, or I could continue searching. I found a direct soul descended from someone. Yep. I'll awaken somebody who can tell me. I should be able to awaken an older soul easy enough, but it may have unpredictable consequences. So awakening made things interesting for the shy maid. Awakening her could be a risky proposition. There may be someone else in town. So who might be another person in town that I can awaken? Hey, there. I think I saw an update on my stronghold, too. What's that about? Oh, was that just the taxes report? Is that all? Yeah, that's just the taxes report. Oh, and now that I think about it, quest, the one that got away. How do I find Harm K? She believes he's somewhere near Stalwart. Okay. So I assume somewhere around here then? Did I do your
I
quest?
hope you've had some luck. And do take care with that device. It has a few rather delicate components.
I didn't find any ore deposits, but I did find this.
What? So it works? What a day! But why these gems? I didn't think the device would be able to pick up inert Audra. Fascinating. I have to study this further. But all the same, it worked! At last! A breakthrough! With that Audra to work from, I can refine the enchantments. We'll be digging up iron, gold, Audra, all of it.
Give her the gems. Happy to help.
This is going to change everything. Oh, and I won't leave you empty-handed, of course. Here, I had this set aside for supplies, but I don't think I'll be staying in Stalwart much longer. I won't forget all you've done for me. They'll hear about this back home, I promise you. Who knows? Perhaps they'll name the next battery after you.
Still not a level up. All right. Is what it is. So the Celebrant's Dirge. What is this? Receive, assign someone, Sure, you can help them. Actually, no, you. There we go. Okay, now. I can't read your soul. You don't have anything, apparently, that's going to help with this. That mine is still closed. Oh, I think maybe that mine opens up in White March 2. I wonder what triggers White March 2, because I know this is supposed to be the first part, and it basically ends once you've taken over the castle. But then you're supposed to come back and do another round of quests. I don't know what triggers the game to say, hey, you're ready for the next round of White March quest.
Welcome.
Ooh,
Read a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
Read his soul. Thirst's soul is a vibrant, stolid thing. And as you reach out for it with your senses, you see your breath begin to fog in the air. You find yourself far above the ground, wedged into the juncture of two branches. The moonlight is bright upon the snow, and in the distance, your quarry steps out onto the ice as if onto an illuminated stage. You still your breath and draw back your arrow. Warmth bleeds back into your limbs, frost and snow giving way to the smoky interior of Thrisk's home.
Welcome. Have a seat by the fire if the cold's gotten into your bones.
All right, so I can't actually use that soul. They said there's somebody else somewhere. I think the woman we spoke to who has the violent previous soul is the one that I usually go ahead and revive. Hunter. Let me. Oh. I wonder if it's the bandit guy in the basement. I wonder if he's the one who has a soul I can use. Princess, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. Hafric. Yeah, let's see if do you have a soul that I can
Back
use?
to warm your hands, eh?
Read
what
his.
can I do for you?
Do you know a man named Harmke? Hey.
The woodcutter? Sure do. Head west from the village, then go north. If you see the frozen stream, you've gone too far. Usually works a stand of trees out in the russet wood, though he steps out from time to time.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Don't worry, we're not looking to murder him or anything.
He winks at you. Read his soul. You see a room, dark and damp, a cellar. It looks like part of the inn rather than an old fortress. Through Hafric's eyes, you admire rows of gleaming bottles, recently dusted and polished. As you step back from the shelves, you look on with satisfaction at a pressure plate concealed in the stone floor.
You all right? I won't serve you if you're already drunk, you know.
He squints at you. Farewell. Oh, you know what? Looks like I could use a little rest before we get to the next place, too. So, we will do that. Oh, plus, there's the quest the inventor wanted me to do that I think has to be done at night. Figuring out what's going on at the fishery. There we go. Read his soul. I bet you he has something. For a moment, your senses are overwhelmed. There are fumbling hands at your belt and your own low laughter in your ears. Your shoulder is jammed up against the cabinet and it rattles every time Boython leans down to kiss you. There's a sedate pleasure to the memory, but nothing in it has much to do with the battery. Farewell. All right. You know what? We're just going to revive the lady and be done with it. Because I don't see... Oh, wait. Here's... Ah, it's our ogre-sling friend. Have they crowned you king of Stalwart yet? My friend doesn't mean to be an ass, sir. It just comes natural. What? I'd want a crown. Read Barathorn's soul. The whiff of salt and brine is in your nostrils before the room is even faded. The ground heaves beneath your feet, and a spray of ocean water roars over the railing as the ship heels under the wind. The ship shudders violently, and you are thrown against the railing. In that moment, you find your gaze pulled to the pitching surface of the dark sea, and see there an eye, broad as a shield, gazing back at you in turn. Fear and fascination sweep through your mind, even as your senses recede, and the memory fades. Farewell. Read Andret's soul. A handful of memories dart across your mind like startled fish, leaving indistinct images and sounds in their wake. For a moment you are overwhelmed, until one particular recollection tugs at your senses with stubborn force. You, or Andret, or both, kneel on a stone floor, held between two men. The man pacing in front of you wears the armor of a crucible knight, and you feel Andret's half-hearted contempt for him as if it were your own. You feel Andret's triumph, too, where the knight comes just close enough for you to spit blood onto his boots. The memory slips away from you, and you find yourself back in your own shoes. Interesting. Why? Why is it? Am I missing a place? Oh, you know what? We'll go back to the mayor's office. Her and her son are there. And then if neither one of them have a soul that we can read, we're just going to revive the chick. We're just going to awaken the lady and see what happens, even though her soul is violent. Did we talk to him? Ooh, that's right. I did do one of his. Mesla of the Sisterhood of the Slake Skull is dead. But then there was that other bounty that, I'm not touching that. Good Lord. We'll have to wait until we're a much higher level before we do that one. He grins. Kinda ironic, isn't it? She went around killing people for Barath, and in the end, that's what. Oh, never mind. Just take the bounty. He passes you a bag that rattles with coin. Leave. Boop, boop. All right. And her?
I take it you've met Galvino.
Renegil glances at the devil of Karak, her eyes narrowing. Examine Renegil's soul. Your awareness settles beneath Renegil's skin. You feel yourself looking through her eyes upon a time-faded memory. You're standing in the inn. The room is stifling, but it's the body heat of so many furious villagers, not the neglected fire pit that's drawn sweat from your pores. Your husband waits by the door, about as far as he can get from the assembly. He holds Aldrich, whose cheeks are bright as he watches the adults bicker with wide, fearful eyes. You never realized how badly your neighbors stink, but something rank and repulsive rises from them as they pack together in this room.
How much did the old snake pay you, Sinahiod?
Is grinned, the head fisherman, jabbing a furious finger towards the back of the room. Sinahoid, your erstwhile mayor, squirms in a corner, pinned by the accusing stares of the entire village. Oh, those eyes. They're cruel, porcine eyes, and they're watching Sinahoid with the dumb gluttony of hogs staring at fodder. The only sight that turns your stomach more than himself is trying to wriggle free of his own lies.
Maestro Galvino and I came to an agreement. It was for the good of Stalwart. I thought...
You thought you'd let a killer walk among us?
Cries of fierce agreement rise from the others. What began as a collective grumbling is swelling and congealing like storm clouds. You look back at your husband. He's whispering to Aldrich, but when you catch his eye, he directs a silent supplication to you.
Let's go.
A wet smack draws your attention back to the other end of the room. Someone's throwing a potato, and Sinohead cringes and rubs his jaw. You want to shout at them from all this nonsense and waste, but you know this is about to get worse. Stalwart will have blood, and Galvino in his horror had the sense to flee already. You turn again and your husband is beckoning you with swift, chopping motions. But what stops your breath is Aldrich. His little eyes are fixed on the churning mob, and you knew ever since you started hearing about those hideous purges that he'd see something like this one day, but it'd have to be so soon. It's what drove that devil woman to madness, and now his little eyes have gotten big, big enough to swallow the whole scene, and now he's seeing you as part of it. You want to leave now, but if you do, this is what your boy will remember. Cowardice and madness, about people, about Stalwart, about you. The people around you jostle and bark in their rage. They're dangerous animals, but animals nonetheless. They just need to be led. So you push your way to the end of the room where Sinoed trembles in a puddle of his own piss.
Enough.
Your voice boils up from your throat. The others fall silent, watching you. They listen, dumbly trusting, as you turn Sinoed's death sentence into an exile. No one contradicts you when you explain that he's going to march out of this village alone and into whatever miserable hamlet will have him. They silently agree when you explain that their hands are too clean for the likes of him. But there's something else forming behind their eyes, a kernel of trust and dependence. You feel it curdling around you, encasing you like a pearl does sand. You only want to spare Sinoed's life, not volunteer for his job, but you see so much fear simmering just beneath their expressions. Fear at godmen marching through the mountains, at deerwoodens and their purges, at dying the slow and lonely death of a ghost town. And you see their grateful reassurance mirrored in Aldrich's expression. Perhaps this place is hopeless, but you realize that you can't leave it any more than you could leave your boy. The only person who isn't looking at you is your husband. He's shaking his head, his eyes on the door. You retrieve from Renegild's memory. Vivid though it is, it has nothing to do with Durgan's battery.
What's on your mind?
That was awesome. Wow. Okay, I really enjoyed that. Boss Page, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Glad you're able to make it. Andrew, glad you're able to make it as well. How are you? Princess, I'm excited for the new shifter class coming for Wrath of the Righteous. I read a little bit of it, but I don't really know much about the shifter class. I got back last night, but I spent most of the day chilling with my family. So tomorrow I'll take the time to actually look through all the changes and what's coming up. And maybe I'll make a video about it. Or at this point, it's been a few days, so maybe I'll just skip that and just move on to my regular content. We'll see. But definitely looking forward to diving more into the enhanced edition.
Something else you need?
And read his soul. You reach for Aldrich's essence and find yourself staring at a fence post lying in a filthy slush of frozen mud. Snow gathers around your legs and trickles into your boots. A wind nips at you even through layers of furs. You hold a wood chisel in one numb hand and a mallet in the other. Kneeling over the fence post, you get to work. Hour after hour, you hammer away, feeling the tools grow heavy in your grip as your breath fogs your vision. You want to do better work than this. You can do better work than this. But no one's building new houses in Stalwart. The last table you crafted was put into the fishery, and pike entrails now trace the fine dovetail joints you so lovingly crafted. Now you mend the stockade, because that's what's needed. The chisel slips, skidding alongside your hand. You gasp, but you hold up your hand and see, much to your relief, all 5 fingers wiggling back at you. You need to get out of this town. You pull back from Aldrich's soul. He's still staring into the fire, seemingly lost in his own memories, too. All right. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and awaken the lady and see what happens. Doing good. Awesome, Boss Page. I read the AMA. It was interesting. I've read some of it, and the part that I read is definitely interesting. I also find it really cool that they plan to, I guess, seriously continue to support the game, making those new DLC content. I am very curious what the content is supposed to be that involves the commander, because they mentioned that there will be at least one commander-centric DLC. Is that going to be post-game, or is that going to be just like a new quest within the game still, or how's that going to work? Looking forward to finding out. Awaken Zenove, and remember your battle in the feast hall. A tremor passes through Tiana's face, and then her rumpled skin goes slack. After a racking cough, she blinks like someone slowly coming to consciousness.
That name. It carries memories of death, war, fury, the taste of blood. What do you want with it?
Her eyes have grown unusually clear. So have any of you who played Pathfinder, have you played the Enhanced Edition? Do you feel like it's a significant upgrade over the previous version? Or does it really just feel like, just a regular old patch? This one's far stronger. It will devour her from within, replace weakness with strength. Durants glances at her and lowers his voice. But it may not be to your benefit. I need to enter Durgan's battery.
What trickery is this, stranger? You think a Pargrin would so easily betray her own people?
Her hands clench and unclench around an imaginary weapon. Zeno's essence stirs with the same battle-ready furor you sensed in her memory from Durgan's battery. She is dangerous. Beneath Zenov, Tiana's overwhelmed consciousness struggles. Perception. You'd never betray Durgan's battery. Your loyalty is plain to see.
You speak like one who knows me.
Her fury abates, and confusion seeps into its place. You test his contours for purchase.
Then you're not one of Zoltan's visiting merchants, or Exandru's foreign zealots. You're one of us.
Even as Zenov speaks through the old woman, you feel Tiana's consciousness recover and steady itself. Intellect. I take my orders from Arms Warden Maroon, same as you.
Then let us share the words of our bond, brother.
No, I hope post-game personally. I'm right with you, Princess. I want to see the story continue. And I want us to truly go to a different place. Like, when they first announced Inevitable Access, that was what really excited me. The idea that, oh, we might actually be going to Access. So, I don't care what they do, but I don't want it to be still based in that same area that we're in. I want them to take us somewhere completely different, a completely different plane, and then let us play around with these mythical powers. And I still want it to be something where we'll take full advantage of Mythic Level 10, which was, to me, the main draw of Inevitable Excess, that you could take your commander at his full strength and then let him go crazy on a bunch of different enemies. Ball space, wait for more content. So far, I haven't really noticed many differences. The biggest takeaway I got was the 3 cup paths that were amazing in concept. Yeah, I heard a little bit about a Phoenix path, but I don't know what it's supposed to contain, but I guess people were really disappointed it wasn't in there. I haven't had a chance to do much. If nothing else, the controller use now is handy when I want to play the game from my bed, I guess. Absolutely. Yep, I want to go to heaven or hell. Exactly. So, yeah, what were the 3 cup paths? I know one was Phoenix. What were the other 2, though? Hammers of Durgan ring loud. May the anvil's deep music resound. Walls of the battery safeguard our works from marauder and wielder alike. Abaddon's faithful travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. She takes a deep breath and her eyelids droop. Inside the old woman's body, the personalities and memories of Zenove and Tiana vie for dominance. Tiana is beginning to surface, but Zenove is stronger still, her rage and panic temporarily diminished. You perceive both pieces of the soul as something fluid and malleable, if only for a moment. Push Zenove's essence down, allowing Tiana to re-emerge. She lets out a great sigh, expelling the rage and trauma of her past life like so much vapor. But when she looks back up with you, her eyes are bright with new energy.
Did I nod off? My, but I had the strangest dream.
Super Golem think the flesh is weak, a neutral nature mythic, and becoming a phoenix. They refused any more details than this. I think that was the purpose of Blackwater, that Golem path. Interesting. Okay, so they didn't really go into detail about what they were thinking about doing. So in the end, they did recently, they at least acknowledged that people want rat folk, even if it isn't planned at the moment. So I guess I can still have hope down the line for future DLC. I'm pulling for you. I'm absolutely pulling for you. If there's something I could do to help make that happen, by all means. First and foremost, I'm always about new races. I feel like it adds so much flexibility to the game to allow you to be as many different races as possible. And I know how passionate you and many other people are about it. So absolutely, let's get it at it, man. She shakes her head and dusts her hands on her trousers.
So much work to be done. Pardon me, but I'd better check on those miners. At the rate they're going, it'll be another year before they clear that blazing shaft.
Leave.
Quick, here's the sky.
Absolutely, Argo. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Princess. I don't know if you saw so we can officially open it. That's awesome. Good night, my love. Have a good night. Don't be looking at your phone. Actually go to sleep. You need your rest. For some reason my events are so small that I'm not seeing it. In fact, my events are not coming up in the chat. They should be coming. Shouldn't they be coming up? Some top chat. So the pencil stand. My live chat. All messages are visible. See, now I don't remember. How was I seeing? You, you girl, you who loves sitting up. Oh, here, let's expand. Does that need to be expanded here? Maybe that'll help a wee bit. Not that big. There was just a recent OBS update. Don't be telling my right. Put your phone away. My wife loves these romance novels that she'll read or the books. She'll like listen to them all day when she's at work. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. And then of course she gets up half sleep
What can I do for
and cranky because she hasn't had enough sleep. Come on now. I'd like a room. And hey, dexterity and mind. No, I don't need all that because I'm going to rest in my hometown anyway. There we go. Gata successfully rounded up her test subjects. There we go. They're good. Completed. Taxes. All right. That's all good. Now, okay, so now we wanted it to be evening time. Hopefully we can come back here. Hopefully it'll be evening time rather when we step out, and then we can go to the fishery. That sounds like my stepmother. She loves to do that too. Yeah, it's so funny to me. Like one time during a road trip, I actually decided to go ahead and listen to this for like an hour or so to see what what all the hype was about. Bruh. It's definitely not my stuff. Mm-mm. Yeah, see? If I remember correctly, artist bracelet. What's this? Oh, you don't. It doesn't have to be evening time, nights. You got your games. I got my books. Absolutely, absolutely. You're right. You're right because you don't sit up playing video games at 10 o'clock at night. So I can't even be mad at it. You right. Kevin played Pillars 1 not too long ago. I think the environments are tremendous in this game, but the fights are very brutal. You're absolutely correct, Kevin. I think the fights are made more brutal because I love this game. I love the writing. I think the party members are great. Wholly unimpressed with the AI. I think the AI just does not lend itself well to a game that is this difficult. And so sometimes that's very irritating. It's to the point now that in a lot of fights, especially the harder fights, I just micromanage everything because if I leave it to what the AI is going to have people do, they're just going to irritate me. I've learned that now. Oh, that's right. It's time for my medication. In fact, I didn't take my medication all day. I need to get back on that. I admit I do it as well when I get really into a book series. Though my sleep schedule is terrible enough as it is these days. Honestly, my sleep schedule is terrible as it is. So, I'm talking all this trash to her, but it's not like I do any better. You reach into the barrel and find a bracelet. A thick aura of essence clings to it, fresh with memory. You feel yourself drawn into it. In the memory, you stride into the fishery. The floors are swept clean, but the wood is still splotched with snow melt and fish guts. A man hunkers in the corner, his head nodding forward as if in sleep. He looks up drowsily as you approach, is grinned. His face is youthful but sallow, and his hair hangs in stringy locks. You feel a pang of anger and pity at your brother's debauchery.
Arda.
His voice is little more than a croak.
It's past midnight.
Your throat feels tight. Grin wipes at his nose, then examines the mingled blood and powder on the back of his hand. He shrugs. Your fingers clench around coarse, thick fabric. Your father's best wool cloak tucked under your arm.
Go! To raid Ceres, or Defiance Bay, or fucking Air Glonfoth. I don't care!
You hurl it at the ingrate huddled on the floor. Yep, absolutely. I agree, Kevin. Oka-san, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome back. Hope stream goes well. Too late for me and hope vacation went well. My vacation was fantastic. I had a great time. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. He picks up the cloak and looks at it with the same sort of dull wonder. He wipes his nose on the lining. A sudden rush of fury leaves your limbs weak and raw.
I'll tell them. Mayor Sina healed. The neighbors, everyone.
You force the words through your teeth.
About what?
He mumbles, churning his words for a morass of snot and saliva.
The stealing. You think I haven't noticed the money missing from the fishery coffers? Or heard Tana talk about losing a golden duke?
You whisper, afraid even now that someone will overhear you and the words scorch your throat.
You can't be found when there's work to do. But every time those merchant wagons roll into town, you've got coin enough for a few bags of ripple sponge.
No, it's not.
He rubs his red-rimmed eyes. Your own grow warm and blurry.
Stalwart tolerates your sponge habit, but they won't abide your thieving.
You touch your bracelet, a gift from Mother, plucking at the beads.
You won't.
He rises, steadier on his feet than you would have thought.
I will.
You stride toward him. I wouldn't have shamed Mother and Father while they was living, but I won't let this keep up. Your anger swallows the last of your pity. Anger at him for putting you in this position, for doubting your resolve, for failing to see you're close enough to smell his stale, sour breath when he pushes you. You fall, watching his widening eyes and the ceiling spinning into your vision. Isn't just like him. Grin with his fool tantrums, never thinking of anybody but himself, and now you're going to be nursing a headache for a week. Just goes to show you can't help some people, but you remember him too, your baby brother, running through the snow, slipping, falling on ice, and you're slipping, falling, and there's a table behind you, but it shouldn't. The memory ends abruptly, jolting you back into the present with your heart hammering and your palms sweating.
Stop that thief!
Grin stares in shock and outrage, and the rest of the fishermen rush at you. I got your back, Slandered. He curses under his breath. Oh. I needed to... Awaken, what's going on? Good to see you. So, if you do this in the evening time, I think, you're able to just grab it and then have a conversation with him. How do I feel about this? Do I really need to conversate with him? Like, bro, you killed your sister to cover up your drug habit. Sure, I could talk with you and I'd feel mercy and pity, but nah. What for? Let's just go ahead and deal with them. Yeah. And her, same deal. Oh, Slander's all the way over here. Whoops. So where's she? Ooh, that's Grieving Mother right there. We are not well situated at all. Boom, boom. Return to Galvino. Okay, no problem. And and there we go.
Certainly.
Didn't want things to go that way, we grinned, but I owe you. Oh, he's the guy that we saved from the burning down house. Nice. Nice. Very, very, very nice. Okay, that's done. Now, let's check the journal. I know I have to go to Russet Wood to deal with Devil of Karak story. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, though. Wait, isn't it night now? So, like, if I waited just a little bit longer, is that it? You know what? No. We're going to go back. Because if I remember correctly, this quest is what triggers my favorite dialogue from Devil of Karak. And I definitely wanted to get that. So we got to go back, unfortunately. 25 hours, Stalwart Village. Act 3, 4 months, 25 hours. It can't have been 9 hours since the time, well, 9 in-game hours, I guess. Okay, fine. So maybe I need to sleep just one more time and then it'll be evening and then it'll come. I swear this is the quest where she says it. Okay, so right. It's not evening time yet. So we're going to rest one more time. And then it should be evening time at that point. And then we'll go back in there. We'll just skip through all that dialogue and get to when he confronts us. It's not like it's a real crazy dialogue line either. I just love the way she delivers it.
Your hand, Jay.
I think the way she says it is absolutely fantastic. Ooh, Durants is ready again. Your eyes open to a familiar scene. Durant sits with his staff laid across his lap, a malignant flame sprouting from one end. He is difficult to make out, his features soft, bleeding together. But the staff you can see clearly, its etchings aglow in molten orange. Though Durant's face is difficult to distinguish, there is no mistaking the hardened expression, the furrowed brow. His voice hisses and sputters, low and unintelligible, as though having a private argument with the staff. Traces of spittle catch the firelight as they fly from his lips like sparks. And to your surprise, there's a female figure behind him. You are about to call out a warning when you realize it is the Mogren statue where you met Durance at the fork. Yet, she seemed almost alive for a moment. Her cast shadow seemed as if it was moving, cloaked. Then it is still, frozen with the night at its back. Examine the staff. There's something odd about one of the symbols, a circle of 12 smaller circles. One of the small circles glows brightly, but the other 11 give off little light. They flicker and fade like dying embers. Between his hissing curses, Durance lowers his face close to the staff and blows on the fading circles with panic rapidity, coaxing light from them, but they do not ignite. One by one, the light of the circles dies, and smoke rises from their ashes. Only one still burns. Durance hurls his staff at his feet, and it clatters to the ground. Its edges have become soft, difficult to find. Like its owner, the staff has become a blur. You close your eyes and reopen them, and Durance is there, picking up his staff from the ground. But the blur is gone, and you are awake. Hey. Ooh. And Grieving Mother. They both have conversations. Very, very nice. But we'll deal with this first. Because I don't want to have a conversation with them and then it fast forwards a bunch of time and then all of a sudden we're right back in the same situation. Excellent. Okay, we're in evening time now. So let's go back to the fishery. Bing, 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 bing. Threed, what's going on? How are you? Yeah, it's good to be back. Sorry. Well, before the conference I had to go to, my schedule just started getting crazy. There was no way I could fit streaming in. But I am back now. Happy to be back. I'm going to... I really want to get through this playthrough and move on to the next game. So our usual schedule is, of course, Monday, Wednesday. But if I have more time during the evening, I'm just going to hop on so we can keep working through this content and get to the end as soon as we can. All right. Do that. And now he comes in. The fishery door creaks open, and in walks Grin, staring at you and the bracelet in surprise and outrage. His face drains of color.
You take shelter in our village and then ransack it like a common thief? You'd better explain yourself.
His voice shakes, as do his wide, squared shoulders. Don't worry, Grind. He's all right. Lurgolder gives you a nod, but he looks uncertain himself. You're the one with explaining to do.
What's that supposed to mean?
You killed your sister, Arda, right here in this room. He opens his mouth to reply, but the words catch in his throat. The guard next to him stares at the bracelet, recognition turning to horror.
Worth coming back for this alone.
I love the way she says that. I love the way she says that. To me, it has the perfect tone of sarcasm and amusement at the scene, but also like a promise of violence to come. She hates these people and is expecting this opportunity to be able to slaughter them. I think the words and the way this line is delivered is just absolutely fantastic. Worth coming back for this alone. Love it. Okay. That was worth waiting for. Excellent, excellent. So, Mori, Final Fantasy Era. What did you do this time, Threed? Are you still running with the wolf pack, or are you doing something else now? Keith, what's going on? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, I enjoyed my time away. It was a good time. I'll take my meds after the stream ends. I'll get to it.
It was an accident. I was a failure and a wretch then. But I never would have killed anyone. Least of all my own kin.
He turns his gaze down, offering his apology to his own clenched fist. What do you mean?
I gave her body to the lake, but I kept her bracelet to remember the cost of my own weakness.
He looses his hands and stares at the emptiness in his leathery palms. He looks from Grin back to you, wringing the handle of his weapon.
I ain't asking for forgiveness. I know I don't deserve any. My penance is my work on behalf of the village. And they need it, truly. You've seen the shape this place is in. Have mercy on Stalwart, if not on me. Let me do the work Arda would have done. That's my debt to Stalwart, and the only fitting way to honor my sister.
He looks up at you, his eyes bright and clear. Perception. Look at yourself. Keeping this secret has taken its toll on you. Do you really want to feel this way?
Kept thinking I could get by this way. But I guess you're right. It's time they knew the truth about me.
He turns to leave, looking back at the fishery one last time. I wonder if the better solution for the village is to just tell them that you'll let them go. But, whatever. When I get through with this castle, the village will be back up and running and be fine. So, did you actually end up destroying your own wolf pack, Threed? Good Lord. Come on now. Is that already toast? All right. Let's save here. Come on. There we go. Durants combo. Boom, boom. And, we'll talk with you first. As you turn to the grieving mother, you find her already at your side. A question rises to the surface of her mind like a bubble from the depths, yet her eyes are cast down.
There is something I would ask of you, Watcher. A burden I would relieve. Yet, even the asking is a burden of another kind.
Ask anything. I will ease your burdens as best I can.
The memories of the birthing bell, the hollow-born, the mothers. I live in horror now at the lives I could not save, and the lives I bound in ignorance. My days are waking dreams. It feels as though the souls I've wronged have fled the cycle to haunt me. Please, Watcher. I tried once to forget, and yet echoes still tormented my soul. But if you were to cleanse my soul of the memory, I could at last be free of it. Will you grant me this?
How will this affect you? Will you even be the same person?
I will be the same, only free of the memory. My allegiance, my skill, these will still be dedicated to our cause, to your aid.
No, the memory is both a penance and a lesson. She stiffens as if struck. At last, her shoulders slump and she looks back to you.
But these memories, the pain, anger, brokenness, how am I to continue when these thoughts fill my mind?
The pain you remember was felt even more keenly by those you would forget. Do not dishonor them.
This is a difficult truth, but truth nonetheless. I thank you for your aid, Watcher, even if it is difficult to bear.
Farewell. That didn't... The burden of memory, no. What was the name of her freaking quest? Ryan's better half. Discovery Heart. Yegardar died. Trackhold. Yep. True to form. Yep. The Long Hunt. Right, man. Fragments of scattered fish. A lovely drought. The Hunter's Fear. What was the name of her freaking quest? Dream and Memory. Okay, so we've officially finished Grieving Mother's quest. Excellent. Okay. Now, Durants. A drug cartel killed the ghost, which is why she's, well, a ghost. I came in with the other players. I remember about the ghost, and I wrecked house. My werewolf was a legit battering ram. And then we came across the person who actually killed the ghost. He was a freaking wizard with wizard powers and tossed me aside like a rag doll. So I might have contacted a dark spirit from Native American folklore and made a contract, and my pack abandoned me because of it. It's possible. It doesn't help that the Reaper keeps trying to lone wolf it and used his gate magic to keep me from interfering with his negotiations that he negotiated with the wizard. So in desperation, wow. The possibilities of what you could do in this game of yours are fascinating. Argo, take care. Have a good one. Got another couple of long days of work ahead. Hey, at least you got a job. I know there's quite a few people who are still struggling with that, so I don't complain about the long work days because at least I'm bringing home something for the wife and the family. Take care, man. Need to power up. Wow. Brutish warrior. Seeks employment. Ooh. Well, I am quite certain we can find a spot for you, sir. What do we have going on here? Dismiss. You give us a -6 prestige. Do I really want that? But a +6 on protection. +2 on prestige. +1/+1. We'll remove you. And hire you. Here you are. Okay. And, oh, wait. And let's talk with Durants as well. Thought I felt your eyes on me. Now come the words. I had a question I want to ask you.
You're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
I had another vision of you. One of the symbols on your staff. It was dying.
You see many things that aren't there, Watcher. Perhaps the symbol was for your disappearing sanity, and we are to bid it farewell while you still have the wits to grieve for it.
I saw a symbol with 12 circles. What does it represent?
That symbol? The God Hammer.
Then it was the God Hammer symbol that I saw extinguished on your staff.
No riddle there, Watcher. It took 12 of us to build the God Hammer. Afterward, I took my leave of all of them to see what Margaret had in store for me. I've seen none of them since.
Are you sure there isn't more to that story?
Your kind has a way of interpreting its visions to fit the version of the truth you like best. But Margaret's flame leaves no room for interpretation. Waste the time of others with your distortions and your fever dreams.
Flames may leave no doubt as to what or where they are, but why they are is anyone's guess.
It's always the way of the mad to try to convince others of a reality only they can see. But when your doctrine's the truth, it requires no convincing, only an opening of the eyes. I would purify you, Watcher, if I thought it would help.
I want to ask about something different.
The cost of troubling me seems to worry you little.
Reason and its history. Want to know more about the salvation. When the Animances tried to place animal souls into children, Durants snarls, "If you ever needed proof of their trespasses, that alone speaks to it. Wadwin may have taken a god, but to put an animal inside the vessel of a child?" Durant shakes his head, his face wrinkling in disgust. Animancy is madness. Worse, it took too long to see the crime for what it was. I heard the first tales, the Orland suffering first. He chuckles ruefully, then sneers. Like they always do. Animals within animals, compounding the madness. Did you see what happened? First was a woman. Could have chalked that up to female weakness. Then the catmen. Could have chalked that up to them being animals. His hands tightens on the staff. Then more and more and more souls ended up at their claws.
A weak woman carried you into this world from the wheel, Postanago.
Durant's gaze hardens. I would have given anything to place them within a cage with those they've saved and see their craft shape the craftsmen. Let those children tear their tormentors apart. I can only give a taste of what they should suffer. It is meager fare for us both. Region and history. Let me ask you about something else.
I suspect the answers will seed more questions.
Wait, region and history?
I suspect
Margaret. Tell me more about Margaret. Oh, you know her. You must. He gives a bitter chuckle, then his tone evens out. She's a many-headed bitch. Also, I saw a vampire ascend to become the god of tyranny in an MMORPG I played after a particularly drawn-out war with elemental shadows. So that was freaking awesome. What MMO? What is your view on Margaret?
She's a goddess, as fickle as they come, and with all the failings you'd expect of an empress and a whore. Too many eyes, too many wants, too much to hold on to. That's the failing of a god. More aspects than words to describe her, like most of them. A god with many nations to oversee, only serves to spread herself too thin.
Although flame rarely crosses twice, so perhaps that is the only truth she embraces. Who knows? Gods get greedy. When it comes to fire, fire is a god's hunger. What are her aspects? Durants begins to count on his fingers, chanting it off. War transforms, fire consumes, trials purify, warfare, fire consuming, purification, and most of all, transforming. Trials as well, but all things are put to the test anyway. A trial can consume, purify, transform. They're all linked, although at its heart is the flame, and the flame is what matters. It is the source of all things. Guess they should have started with that, eh? Any fool around a campfire knows that. Without flames, fire, we would have made little progress in the dark. To hear some of the inner fires tell it around the hearth and bellows, even in the halls of Ashfall, you think that fire brought life to man, and that fire was Margaret. Some of the older texts say she rubbed her hands together and they burst into flame. Or another god shafted her like a poker. It's called Ayatollah, the Midnight Age. Interesting, never heard of that. So, what do you play as in Ayatollah? There are different perspectives on her then? He grunts. Mine is only one sight among many. Durants frowns, pauses. Then his eyes take on an eager gleam. But here's one. I can speak to how the losing side sees her, and that should tell you enough. Let me speak to what an adherent sees. And what does an adherent see? The adherents have a proper, polite translation for excellence in war, tactical discipline, he snorts. That's why they lost the fucking colony, of course. They were properly still quoting that while we had them bent across the decks. Wow! Durants, man, his dialogue is superb. It's text-based. A text-based MMORPG? Wow, I didn't know those actually existed. Durants is definitely one of those characters who I dislike as a person, but I love him as a party member. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Like, he is not a guy I'd want to have a beer with, but I always look forward to these conversations in the game. He is so well written and so well voice acted. Like, I'm doing my best to try to imitate that voice actor, but it's just impossible. He's done an incredible job. I can't wait for Avowed. An FPS in this universe is gonna be nuts. Me too, Carl. Good to see you. Glad you're able to join the stream. I'm absolutely looking forward to Avowed. In fact, Avowed is why I'm playing through this. I think I've made the decision. I'm just going to do Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 back to back because I really want to make sure I play through both games because my hope is Avowed is coming out next year and I want to be all the way up to date on the lore and everything that's happened that might be called, that might be referenced in Avowed. So definitely looking forward to it. All their guns and cannons are fine, but unless when your staff is cracking light into their skulls, dispensing red gifts left and right. Durant's fist tighten and he laughs. Adherents call that elevation, divine awareness. Those words are as welcome as shit on one's boots, and that's all they took back with them while they were running. He shakes his head. A lesson learned at the wrong time. Almost feel a pang of sympathy for them. Almost. Lesson, what do you mean? The title of a god isn't knowing a god, adhering to words rather than walking the path, testing yourself in the heat of it. Walk until the words are stripped away and you feel it burning in your heart. That is the lesson. That adherent politeness, that pretty adherence to the word of scripture as they saw it, that burned their ship, scarred them, kept them running throughout the Deerwood campaign. He snorts. Divine awareness. There's no true faith in waiting to be tested. The best in battle have already shit themselves plenty, shit themselves until they're dry and can focus on the killing. Enough about Margaret. I have other questions.
I suspect the answers will seed more questions.
Why does this not clear? That's weird. I want to know more about you. He grunts. Where are you from?
Where I hail from? From one of Margren's fires. A cathedral. Ashfall. Made of blackened trees.
I have two characters I go back and forth between. Yes. I can't wait for that either. An alchemist from Spine's Reach. Ooh, City of Mad Science. Alchemists use live experiment chemicals and twist the natural landscape to suit their needs. Then there's my follower, the god of tyranny, a vampire. Soft blood magic, mental dominion, and physical superiority. Vampires are based on bloodlock, an empire rooted in mysticism, undeath, vampirism, and violent expansion. What does soft blood magic mean? Not an FPS, but yeah, first person, right. RPGs are great for immersion. Immersive RPGs with the amazing world building of the Pillars universe will be superb. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it's going to work out. Usually I prefer the third person view, when playing an RPG a la Mass Effect or Assassin's Creed, things of that nature. There's only been a couple of first person RPGs where I felt like I could really, really get into it. Like I love Skyrim and I love Bioshock, that whole series. But outside of that, yeah, I can't think of any time where I was in that first person mode and it really, really appealed to me. I'm the type of person I like being able to see my character while I'm talking and while I'm going out through the world. So being stuck in that first person camera view doesn't really appeal to me. But hey, whatever. It's Pillars of Eternity. I'll make my adjustments. A lot coming next year. Yep, absolutely. Hopefully it will be good. Right. Boss Page had the same question I had. Soft Blood Magic. Outer Worlds was a letdown for me, sadly. Just the tone put me off, but I liked it aside from that. So did you feel like Outer Worlds was too sarcastic, too like focused on comedy? What is it you didn't like about the tone? Have you played Vegas? Played it, loved it, definitely plan to play it on the channel. I plan to play all those new Fallouts, like 3, 4, and New Vegas. We're going to get to all of them. I'm thinking about 1 and 2, but they're so old that I'm not sure how much I would actually enjoy them. And I'm the type of person, if I know I'm not going to like a game, I don't bother playing it. What about Outer Worlds? I was a fan of Outer Worlds. I thought it was cool. You know, I wasn't as high on it as other people. I'm really focused on party members, and the party members part of it didn't seem as well developed as I felt like it should have been. And so that kind of dampened my how much I liked it, but I still enjoyed it. I thought it was cool.
I studied the scriptures there. The fires carved into the land, the trunks of the burnt trees, and in the factories where the rifles and cartridges were shaped. All are chapels in other devotions.
First person in Outer Worlds. So yeah, for me, Outer Worlds, I didn't feel like it was this grand, spectacular game. It was just okay to me. It was a cool experience. I didn't mind it as much because Outer Worlds was a shooter. And so playing first person as a shooter, I feel like it probably makes a little more sense. Whereas in games like, like Bioshock or things of that nature, it's a little more weird to me. And plus, I didn't feel like Outer Worlds, the conversation was a big part, but I guess it just didn't seem weird to me that I didn't see my own character. I didn't feel like my own character was all that important. Put it like that, as opposed to a game like Mass Effect where Shepard is the end-all be-all, Other devotions. For Margaret, any fire is enough for worship, physical or not. A blacksmith's anvil, a craftsman's bench, all arenas where fire is waiting to be born. Durant snaps his finger. It just needs a spark, like an alchemical fire or a spark to cartridges to speed them to their purpose. Their purpose? Durant tilts his head thinking, well, their purpose then. It was many thens ago. Durant scratches his beard. Beard was a little brighter than now. But yes, cartridges. Guns all had a purpose, and that purpose was punching holes in mages and letting their pompous air hiss out. Durance gives a half smile, then a nod. Woke their kind right up and kept them staring at the ceiling in the dark instead of sleeping. That's for certain. A little violence as an accounting, an answer for unchecked power. Well, Margaret gave an answer for that. Margaret put soldiers and mages on equal footing. Durance nods again. Mages were troublesome in that time. Firearms made every man a mage, and a caster's petty arcane shield was little match for them. It turned each commoner into a beast that could spit fire. It leveled the field of battle, that's for certain. Made many a mage a grave. Tell me more about Ashfall. It's as if you swallowed a gadfly. Yep, okay, he's done. Fine. All right. Continue your journey with Durant. Now, Woodcutter's Grove. Whoops. Let's go deal with this. Camera, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. Like the blood magic is neat, but it's kind of sort of subtle, and they're not the actual mages that the Ayatollah world. Devil decision. They use elements. They They have legit mages. There's mages from Enori and City of Light and Justice. They use elemency and a fulcrum of power to send people directly to the elemental plane, which nobody can survive. You either burn up horrifically, drown immediately, or get shocked to death if you sit to the planes. Skyomancers. Once Mines reads, Bloodlight doesn't have an actual mage class. Summon into existence singularities, which they use to control gravity. Wow. Durant's the type of guy who used to be a pastor, but it took some bad acid and now posts a Reddit about how he hates the world, basically. Reminds me, have you ever played Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscure? No, I have not, but it's a game that many, many people have mentioned to me before, saying that I should absolutely play it. Are you in agreement with that? I think legit blood magic is coming to Bloodlock. Interesting. And you said again that this game is all text-based, right? When I started out Waters, I was pumped for playing an anarchist or an anti-corporate rampage, but the situations that the people were in were so ridiculous I couldn't empathize with civilians. That makes sense. I agree with that, actually. When they first dropped the trailers, I thought I was going to be given the opportunity to be someone who was going to be able to rail against the capitalism and the insanity of it all. And that's not really how the game works out. It doesn't allow you to take that tone. And it was kind of strange to me at first. I got over that, but I definitely understand what you're talking about. Durants reminds me of someone from Warhammer 40K. Someone from the books? I've never heard of that game. I'd like to see it. Yep, very text-based and very visceral. Nice. It's him, Harmk. I remember that weak chin and those knobby knees. She stopped, staring motionless at the figures among the trees. A weak chin and knobby knees. Can't be too many people matching that description.
How goes?
The elven man emerges into the clearing and freezes, staring at the devil of Karak. For an elf, he's tall and rangy, with a weather-beaten face beneath stringy, greasy hair. The others with him turn, glaring and gaping at the bronze golem.
Auroch's shadow. What's that wicked thing doing here?
Harmk swallows, a lump bobbing in his neck. Why are you so nervous?
It's a killer! Look, we don't want no trouble. Just trying to do our work.
Beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, despite the chilly air.
We'd be much obliged if you'd leave us be. And take that thing with you.
He looks at the devil with a mixture of terror and loathing. Enough. What do you see, Slandered? Is that the man who torched us? The devil sways on her feet, her whole body moving around the axis of her ankles. Though she's talking to you, her attention, a concentrated spear of essence, is focused on Harmk. Who are you?
Just a woodcutter. Ask anyone in Stalwart. They'll tell you.
What are you dallying for? See what's written on that bastard's soul. Her essence boils and froths. Harmk, do you remember the village of Cold Morn?
Everyone does. Let the raid Sarens into the Deerwood. What's that got to do with anything?
I want answers, Slandered. If he don't stop his muling, so help me, I'll rip them out of his head myself. Read Harm's soul. He steps away from you, but your awareness reaches through his trembling skin and the feeble resistance of his fear. You see memories, snow-shrouded forests partitioned by fallen pines and firs. Days measured by the steady swing of your axe. There are other moments, too, recollections that flare up like a heart's welcoming fire. They are children, spry and lanky like you, but still full of the rowdy energy of youth. Together, you scatter winter bloom petals on a grave. You reach deeper into Harm's soul. Years roll back. A torch in your left hand bathes your face and shoulder in heat. All around you, other men and women holding other torches, and the mountain air is acrid with the stench of smoke and sweat. Rage billows off of the others. It's been a fever in your blood for days now, exhausting you and invigorating you in equal measure. You're at the edge of that town, Cold Morn. It's hours yet before dawn, but the commotion has started to awaken the village. Candlelight ignites behind frost-crusted windows, and haunted faces peer out at you through the glass. You begin to doubt yourself. Just then, a door slams. A villager comes racing through the streets, kicking up snow. With his stark white face and pale hair, he looks almost like a ghost. The line of torchbearers ripples as he gets closer. He picks up speed, but nobody moves toward him. You imagine him breaking through the row, shattering your ranks like the bad dream that brought you all here. You imagine waking up in your bed, the heat from your torch nothing more than the warmth of your wife sleeping next to you. Instead, the villagers reach the row of torchbearers a stone's throw away from you. A woman advances from the line and buries her dagger in his neck. The rest of your fellows shout. Rage, memory, and bloodthirsty triumph boil up in you. You all came with a purpose. You came to bring justice to the traitors of Cold Morn. The next few hours are painted in colors more vivid than life. You put your torch to anything that stands and your sword to anyone who runs. It is as if Margaret herself whispers in your ear and guides your hand. Exhaustion has almost cooled your rage when you spy a house at the edge of town, one of the only buildings that hasn't already burned. It's flanked by knotty spruce trees and the door is painted yellow. Yellow, the bloom of sunrise, the hue of your son's hair, the color of cowardice. Just then, someone barrels into you from behind. It's a man, someone you remember from the journey to Cold Morn, though you can't recall his name. He snarls at you, mad with indiscriminate rage, and it occurs to you that he's mistaken you for one of the villagers. You smash the window and hurl your torch inside. The other man is turned away. You think you hear a child shriek within the house, but it's impossible to tell above the roar of the riot. Hark shivers as you pull away from his memory. His eyes are wide with guilt and fear. Spit it out, Slandered. What did you see? Her feet are rooted in the snow, but her limbs jerk and jingle. He burned down your house. She stares at Hark. You hear only a whirring mechanism in her throat, but Hark leans closer.
What did you say?
His mouth quivers. What did it feel like? The torch in your hand, the blade you carried. What did they feel like? A wild, inhuman scream echoes out of the bizarre machinery of her throat. It drops Hark and his companions to their knees, where they cry out in terror. Gears squeal and crank as she rushes at him. Oh, come on now. Y'all should have known better than this. Y'all should have ran. Bam, 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 bam. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. And there we go. The one that got away.
Certainly.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yes, Arcanum is one of a kind. It aged badly, but it's still a great RPG. Interesting. Okay, it's definitely one I plan to check out. I don't know if I'm going to check it out on my own or I'm going to stream it, but I definitely want to play it and review it. When your character dies, you aren't spared any detail of their agony. When you see someone else die, you aren't spared any detail of their agony. Ooh, that's awesome. Okay. That definitely sounds like fun. Everybody wave bye-bye to Hark. Absolutely. There's a special undead priest class known as Earth Calls who have osomancy, bone magic. One of their kills goes into explicit detail about how they rip every single bone from their opponent's bodies. Woo! I like well-written kills. I'm a fan. Let's see. What's the deal here? Yeah, I definitely need to turn this in with him. That's fine. But then, oh, I know what I need. I need to check my journal and find out if there are any other quest that I'm missing that I haven't turned in yet?
First, your neighbors hound you because you say the wrong prayers at supper time.
If it wasn't that, it'd be something else. Just their way of letting you know they care.
Then some cross-eyed lord gets to stringing up your neighbors.
A couple of them were ones that had been hounding me, so that worked out at least.
Awesome. Oh, that's the other thing. I want to dump off the devil and get Aloth. So that's why I need to go back to the stronghold. Cooked quiche Lorraine last week. Turned out great. Going to make a meat and spinach pie today. Do you like cooking? Human body has 100+ bones. I think the Skyal kill is the individual getting ganged up on by Shadow and leaving nothing behind but an ink outline on the floor. Nice. How long has this game been out? I ended up skipping the expansions in Pillars 1. Definitely going to make sure I finish Pillars 2 before Avowed, though. I feel like the expansions are well worth playing, especially since you get extra party members from them. So I feel like that alone makes it well worth your time. Shouldn't be any enemies here, right? I cleared the whole area. Just want to be sure. Yeah, it looks like this trip is working out okay. Okay, cool.
The devil has not scorched you yet, eh? Perfetto.
I have news about Grind.
Yes? Does the sniveling cur hide in his home? Or has he been exiled to a place even more frigid and foul?
He claps his hand together in excitement. I learned that he murdered his sister.
Diverus! The man is even more of a wretch than I thought.
His face glows with macabre delight.
What of him now? Surely the villagers string him up with his own fishing line.
He's leaving town with his tail tucked between his legs.
Perfetto! Oh, I only wish I could have seen it.
His broad smile exposes rows of yellowing teeth.
I will open a good wine tonight. As for you, take this.
Farewell. Still no level up. Oh, well. Here's what it is.
Almost 15 years I've been looking for him.
She stares ahead as you approach, the ink-black marbles of her eyes fixed on some distant point. Her essence swells and swirls in the throes of contemplation. Since 2000, 22 years? Good Lord. Are they still making updates on it? Or it just is what it is?
All that fretting and wondering. And the deed's over in less time than it takes to tell.
How do you feel now? She says nothing at first, and you hear only the dull clicking of something in her chest.
I killed a lot of folk in my time. Felt their blood slick in my hands. Smelled their flesh as it burned.
She holds her hands in front of herself as they twitch and spasm.
And I always used to imagine what it would be like to have Harmka under my knife, feeling his breath come hot and fast, smelling the fear ooze out of him.
And?
Couldn't feel a thing. His fading pulse weren't no more than a patter of rain to me.
She shrugs, letting her arms clatter at her sides. What do you mean?
This body, it weren't made for feeling. Gouging my fingers into Harmka's wasting flesh, his screams just buzzing in my skull.
She flexes and unflexes her fingers in a few lightning-quick motions.
All it did was remind me.
Of what?
That this is a madman's fever dream. Like a prison, but no, 'cause in a prison, you lay your head down and you feel the straw soft beneath you. Your flesh prickling in the cold, black bread crumbling on your tongue.
She turns her arms in front of her, examining the scroll work on the backs of her hands with horror and wonder. Your body has unique strengths and advantages, too.
I'd trade 'em all if I could feel the snow cold around my ankles. I still dream I'm folk. I wake up some mornings wondering why I can't feel the floor beneath me, thinking I must have fallen and gone crippled. But then I lift my head, see a bronze corpse stretching out in front of me.
She lowers her head. A tremor runs through her. I'm sorry you have to go through that.
It's not pity I want, it's a choice.
She draws back from you.
I dreamed too of what Galvino did that night. Those moments. I'd endure another cold morn if it'd spare me this fate.
She rubs her hands together, tracing her even joints with her fingertips. What happened exactly?
It was after I got caught in Stalwart. They'd locked me in a little house by the inn, the old mayor and his cronies.
Her head dips as she remembers.
When a crowd of them came for me in the dark of night, I was only surprised it had taken them so long.
She hesitates.
Only they didn't march me to no gallows. No. They snuck me to another house on the edge of town, real sneaky-like. That's where I met Galvino.
She raises her head, her black eyes shining. What was he doing there?
He was fiddling with some machinery in his workshop. Had his sleeves rolled up, even though it was cold enough to see your breath. Never actually looked at me until he started fitting some copper helmet over my head. By that time, the mayor's goons had me trussed up good and tight. Galvino was having himself a grand time barking orders at that lot.
What did the mayor have to do with this?
He'd agreed to hand me over to Galvino for an experiment.
She waves her hand at the word, metal flashing.
Claimed it was a fair punishment, but the townfolk weren't too pleased at being denied their stone pitching.
She crosses her arms, nodding.
Didn't help that they heard the jangle of copper in that deal. In the end, that's what sent Galvino and the old mayor packing.
I see.
So while Galvino's fastening that helmet over my head and them copper bands around my arms, I'm starting to look at his contraption. And that's when I see it.
Her black eyes are fixed on some indefinable point. Her essence dims.
It's this metal suit strapped into the machine just like me. A cold, dead-eyed thing, all done up with fancy carvings and such.
She shivers, her joints chittering. Did you know what they intended?
I had this terrible cold feeling in my gut, but I still couldn't figure.
She shakes her head.
I start asking Galvino and the rest of them what's going on, but they're too busy to answer. Then suddenly, they're waiting, staring at me with that fixed, horrified look, but they ain't watching me. They're watching for something to happen.
Her eyes flicker, rolling and scraping behind her face.
Galvino tells the woman nearest the machine to flip the handle. And then, just pain. Being torn apart every which way, feeling my soul peeled from my body.
Her limbs twitch and shudder. She pauses, waiting for her body to fall still.
By the time I came to, I couldn't feel a thing. Just this dull, distant sort of ache.
I heard the old man cackling and chattering. When I saw him looming over me, looking down at me with hungry eyes, I tried to scream, tried to swing at him.
Think that was when I knew.
She shakes her head and falls silent. How could anyone put another person through something so terrible?
I reckon I'm the wrong person for that sort of question. But if it cools your conscience, Galvino didn't get off easy. The rest of Stalwart didn't take kindly to having a killer in their midst, nor to seeing their mayor and the Ornery Valians strike a secret deal. They drove Galvino out, destroyed a fortune in machinery, and wrote a letter to the Academy in Salona, ruining what was left of his name.
Damn, they wrote back to his academy. I didn't realize that. No wonder, I was thinking the whole time, why can't he just go back and then try to start up again? But no, his name is toast now. Wow, that's thorough. They're still making Galvino's the perfect image of a neutral evil character. I thoroughly agree. They're still making updates on it. The original vampire just became the god of tyranny. That's a development I see in there. And in class, the Alchemist, a new edition back from June of this year. I think Bloodluck's mage class will be blood magic and demon binding. Interesting. 22 years later, still making updates? Wow, this game must really have a cult following. I spent last week playing Tales of Magi. It's a traditional roguelike full of fun and wacky classes, from the regular brawler who fights with fists alone to Paradox mage using time and space. Ooh, I like that. To Doom lashing out with pure hate about the cursed fate and psionic possessor taking over monster bodies as a wardrobe of host. See, I play that, except I just don't like roguelites. I'm all about the story. I don't like having to go through the same story over and over and over again. Like, Pathfinder was okay for what it was. I did really enjoy Hades. That was a lot of fun, but again, I still didn't finish it because I just don't have the patience for those type of games. To your previous question, yes, cooking is great. Nice. Cooking is something I'm going to have to start doing more of.
Still, he's lucky he didn't get a pelting. The old mare fled too, and Stalwart's been as snug and cheery as ever.
Now that we've dealt with Harmk, why have you stuck around?
You're better company than Galvino.
She says it in an offhand, teasing fashion, but she looks away from you, fidgeting with a rivet.
Been a while since I were out in the world. Guess I'm keen on seeing more of it. Even if I'm stuck with a bleeding heart. Anyways, I've been wondering about that fortress.
She looks away again, flexing a joint. Intellect. About the secrets. No, perception. You're acting unusually coy. She's quiet, fixated on her squeaking joint.
Near everyone thinks it'll have just the thing they need.
She ticks a list off on her clinking fingers.
Those villagers wanted to fix up their brook downtown. Galvino always thought it carried some great secret of Animanson. And all them adventurers came looking for fancy gear.
What were you hoping to find?
I don't know. Something to help me feel. Or forget. Effigy's eyes, maybe just something new.
The tips of her metal fingers clacked together.
I just figured, with those dwarves being expert smiths and all, maybe they had something to unmake me. Put me back into my body.
Perhaps we'll find something yet.
You really think so, huh? Well, ain't like you to blast hot air.
I wanted to ask you about something. That's all. All right. So, did we finish her quest? She's good, right? The one that got away, that's her. That's her. Her quest is done as well. Very, very, very nice. And what is this stronghold quest? Assign. Assign. There we go. And let's get back out here. So now we'll head back to the stronghold because I want to switch out Devil for a Loth. And then we will enter Durgan's battery. And then after Durgan's battery, we can make more of the Durgan steel, and then it's time to seriously look at upgrading this equipment. Durant, Bloodlock, Neutral Evil, Chaotic Good, True Neutral, Mostly Lawful Good, Spine Neutral Evil, Lawful Evil, Chaotic Neutral. That's where I'd put the four nations. Wait, here we go. Deerwood, and where we need to go to Cadnua. Thing about my disappointment with Outer Worlds, I think part of it was that I just finished playing Shadowrun Dragonfall, where the trailer dropped. When the trailer dropped, so that very much so colored my expectations. Got you.
This place, as beautiful as it can be with the absence of children.
I haven't played any of the what you call Shadowrun games, but I've heard a bit about them. Oh wait, I forgot. Chapel. There's a shop here. There's an artificer's hall and a craft hall. I don't think I've been to any of these yet. So let's enter them real quick. I don't remember if there's stuff here that I should be buying. Be careful with the Durgan Steel. You get very little of it total, and it's powerful enchantment stuff. Treat it as an enchantment you can't undo. Yep, I know. So that's part of the reason I have to do a whole assessment, because I don't know if I completely thought through what weapons and armor each character is supposed to have. Let's see, you've got all more odds and ends. Let's see, let's check it out. Okay, so you sell different ingredients that I can purchase if need be. That's good to know. Shadowrun Returns is mad, but Dragonfall and Hong Kong are phenomenal. Which one? What's first and second? Is it Well, Shadowrun Returns is definitely not the first one. So what's the first one?
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
And are they all the stories connected, or is it more like Dragon Age, with each one is its own story, and you don't really have to worry about it?
Welcome.
Let me see what you have. So you sell traps. I don't use traps at all, but hey, might as well sell you the traps I do have, since I'm not going to be using them. And then where would, here we go. These are where traps will be. Did I just, yep, it's all trap. Any more traps here? Any more traps here? Doesn't look like it. Trap there, and we're good. What's this? We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. What's this? Bronze. I think I'm supposed to hang on to that statue. Get rid of that. Elder Stag Horn. Liver, Sapphire, Diamond. We're going to keep those. Pretty sure I can use those at some point. And, oh, yeah, we can get rid of all the regular ones, right? Yeah, we don't need all this crap. This crap is just filling up my inventory. Boom, boom, boom. Bitter Cut. I seem to remember that being a pretty decent weapon. What's this? Exceptional. Greenstone. Soulbound Quarterstaff. That's interesting. Boom, 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 boom. Fell Stroke. Ooh, Redeemer. And that's another soulbound weapon. Wow, I'm picking up soulbound weapons and didn't even notice. Forgotten Tear of the Beloved. Okay. What's this? Spell Tongue. All right. You can have all that crap. I wonder if Avowed will have smarter AI companions than Skyrim. It's got to. Come on now. They can't possibly get it that wrong. Oh, man. Definitely put it on your list. Shadowrun Dragonfall is undoubtedly my favorite CRPG I've played so far. Really? It's that good. That's interesting. How long ago was that? So it's Shadowrun Returns, then Dragonfall, then Hong Kong, and they're not connected. So I can completely ignore Returns and just go to Dragonfall and Hong Kong. They are all their stories. Returns is the first one, actually. It's very short and more of a proof of concept than a full game. Then Dragonfall, then Hong Kong. The stories are only connected by the setting. There are a total of 2 characters that are both in both Returns and Dragonfall. But they are more avatars or concepts in the setting than real characters. Interesting. All right.
Hello.
I will put it on the list. Okay, so this dude, like the others, he doesn't really sell anything of consequence. Okay, cool. And let me look at this real quick. Golden Gaze. What's this about? Chance to cast exposed vulnerabilities on hit or critical hit. What kind of weapon are you using? All right, you need to use a sword. So Whispers of Yin wood works just as well as anything else would. Plus 10% range damage, plus 6 accuracy versus beast. Okay. What is this? Latent Key Expedition Journal. Plus 5 damage reduction, plus 10 defense against spells. What do you have? Ring of Deflection and Seal of Faith. What do you have? Ring of Protection. Suppress Affliction, which I almost never use. We'll go ahead and just give you, what were we just looking at? This one up here, is that? Yeah, sure. We'll just give you this for now. Because this is just, yeah, Suppress Affliction. You're not going to activate the ring for that. Defense against hobbled, stuck, or paralyzed, and damage reduction. That could be interesting. What's this? Constitution and Resolve. And Fortitude. What do you have? Resolve plus 2. Deflection plus 5. You don't have a deflection plus 9 option. That's interesting. You know what, we need. Where is? Yeah. Wait. Actually, let's make sure of something real quick. Okay, yeah, the devil doesn't have anything assigned her. Regarding Outer Worlds, I always make a case that OW ended up as a parody of communism because it's a totalitarian state where the state owns all means of production, and most policies are just things that existed in the USSR, like Parvati's backstory of her parents being assigned here and there. Yep, that makes sense to me. Returns is called that because there was a real old Shadowrun game on the SNES. Thank you for clearing that up. I did find that a little confusing. Okay. The AI in Skyrim was hilarious. Yeah. No. I was not a fan at all. I'm hoping the RPGs coming next year really live up to the bar. There's got to be at least one or two of them that do. Considering all the incredible RPGs that have been pushed to the next year, I mean, it's just not possible that the entire year ends up being a dud. Maybe they won't be, though. Game developers are extremely well. They make me extremely angry these days. Yeah. Hard to argue with that. I tried to GM the Shadowrun tabletop a few times. Unfortunately, the system is a pain in the ass to learn, so it didn't work for my group, as we like to jump between systems a lot. Interesting. So is the systems a pain in both the video games and tabletop, or is it cleaner in the video game version? Oh, whoops. God dog it. I forgot. Here we go.
If you say so.
There we go.
Hi?
Am I missing convos with you? Nope. We've had complete conversations. And lore. How much lore do you need? Sir, I don't remember. Increase accuracy. I don't remember how much lore you need, so we'll get to that. Ooh. Foe, area of effect petrified. Definitely want that. What's this? Area effect dazed, sickened, and paralyzed. Yeah. Like that too. Next. Spell mastery. Bewildering spectacle. Or mirrored image. A free use of that spell once per encounter. And, oh, they don't add. Wait a minute. Did it say? Was this master spells do not need to be in their grimoire in order to gain the free use? Ooh. You know, we'll put mirrored image in there, and then we don't have to have. Yeah, I'm going to put mirrored image in there. Excellent. And then, so now. Excellent. Okay. Now. Ring of Wizardry. Negative 10% armor speed penalty. And a +1 to dexterity. That's interesting. +1 perception grants light endurance. We'll give you this for now. That, I think, makes more sense. Whoops. Ooh, I could be crafting potions, but no, I'm good. I thought I gave you Shatterstar. What are you? You're doing using Raven Wing. Something tells me that's not right. That's not what you're supposed to be using. But we'll keep it there for now. Ooh, Resolve +3 grants Dominate. And Resolve +3. Someone should be able to make use of that. Perception +2, maybe. Ring of Wizardry. 2 first-level spell uses, 2 third-level spell uses. We have to check on this. Boots of Speed. Eder would probably be able to make use of this. Decrease critical hit damage. Again, possible that Eder can make use. +15 trap accuracy. Does it make it easier? Does trap accuracy make it easier for you to pick up traps? Because if so, Durants could absolutely make use of that. What's this? Bonus range damage. 10% range damage. One of my ciphers could probably make use of that. Healing bonus. Belt of Bountiful Healing. That's another possibility. Echoing Misery. +15 defense when engaging. Durant seems to run around a lot. So he could probably make use of that. Unconquerable. +2 intellect while endurance is above 50%. +25% focus gain while endurance above 50%. That sounds fantastic. And what's this? Suppress affliction. No, we're good on that. Ooh, deflection +9. We're going to give you the deflection gauntlets. And then resolve +5. Deflection +5 is not useful. Resolve +2 is not useful. We'll give you resolve +3. And then you have room for another ring. So actually, I feel like there's a ring I just gave somebody else that I could probably give to you. What's this? Yeah, +10 defense against spells. Give that to my tank. All right. Video game just has a completely different system. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Looking forward to you doing Chronicles. It's supposed to be a spiritual successor to Suikoden from the original creator. Interesting. I haven't played it. I haven't played Suikoden before, but I've heard a lot about it. Now, the video game is real clean, turn-based over shooter gameplay. Think Wasteland, XCOM. That's what I want to hear. Oh, yeah, okay. That sounds like it's right up my alley then. The story of Aetolia is there's the main continent called Sapiens, ruled by the sapient gods, and there's the other place ruled by the Albedi gods, Lovecraftian forces of nature. Surprisingly enough, Spartans reached in Bloodlock have remained faithful and recognized the Albedi as a threat. Recently, just 7-8 months ago, historic events came up that turned Enorian and Durian against the father of Sapiens and started letting worship of the Albedi into their cities. After the Second War of the Night against Elemental Shadow, Durian was like, nah, we don't need the Albedi. So then are your two characters ones from basically both sides? Like you can switch up whenever you want to? Manfred, what's going on? Glad you're able to join the stream. And new pillars. Yeah. I'm definitely enjoying the playthrough. And capitalism with unchecked corporations, totalitarian communism, both have the same effect on the lives of regular people. Any distinguishing between them is semantic. Possible. And Norian still letting Albedi worship happen. Okay. Ring of Wizardry, 2 first level, 2 third level. Is that the same as what Aloth has? 2 second level, and then 1 fourth level. So actually, what's overseen? Plus 10% ability area of effect. I'm going to stick with that, actually. Dexterity. Do you need more? Are you getting more dexterity from someplace? I don't think you are. That's intellect. You've got 2 things that give you intellect +2. You don't need this. You already have something giving you intellect. Rundle's Finery. Unless, are you supposed to be wearing something else? No, I think this is it. Okay. So you have what you need. Now, intellect +2. Do you have intellect +2? This is dexterity +1. That's dexterity +2. This does nothing for you. This gives you +2 immunity, +2 intellect. This gives you alacrity of motion. This gives you perception +3. You've got deception and additional movement. Oh, here we go. The locket. R of stealth +3 perception, but I like the focus gain here. So we're going to take that instead. She can have this. +2 intellect, +1 resolve. +2 intellect from this. You don't need that. So we'll give you +3 perception instead. +1, +2 might, plus constitution, survival exceptional. Freedom, speed. Oh, wait, speed. What are your boots? Fen walkers. +20 defensive beats, getting stuck, paralyzed, hobble, things of that nature. Yeah, we like that. Healing bonus as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Your boots are definitely in place. Binding rope gives you a +2 on constitution. So she needs a ring of protection. Now I think about it. Do we have one of those sitting around here somewhere? None of these are it. Are one of you taking up a ring of protection that should go to her? No, that's just a regular ring of deflection. Here we go. Minor ring of protection. And yeah, we'll replace that with this. Because what's this other one? Resolve +3. Does anything else give her resolve? No, she does not get resolve from anywhere else. So she'll take that. And then she, I guess she will end up taking that. Dexterity +1 and immunity to stuck. What does this give you? Resolve +1 and perception +1. But you already have resolve +1 from something else. So, and you got perception +1, but we'll give you a little bit more dexterity. Plus that helmet just seems to fit better on you. What's this? Minor restore light endurance. That's not really doing anything for you. We'll give you a little bit of more dexterity. That's perception +1. Deflection you have. Seal of faith you have. That makes sense. Any empty boot slots. His boot slot is empty. Give you more speed. Decrease critical hit damage taken. Movement rate bonus will decrease the critical hit damage so that it doesn't get blown up. Dexterity. Oh, that's right. What's your belt? Yeah, blunting belt. Nah, we're gonna give you some help with your trap accuracy. Hopefully that'll stop you from failing to pick up all these freaking traps. What's Ray of Pain? Ooh, that's interesting. Ray of Pain when hit by a critical hit. Okay, and she can take that, I assume. Yep, sure. That'll work. And might as well take this. Okay. That makes things interesting at least. I think we'll leave it here, except, okay. He's getting rid of that bow, so I don't need to worry about that. Resolution. I don't remember if resolution is the final weapon he uses, so I'm not sure if I want to upgrade this. Lead spitter. I know she's going to be sticking with lead spitter. Oh, so let's see. What is quality 1 out of 1? What's your current quality? Is it +4%, +8 accuracy, +4% accuracy? Fine. Enchant. Oh, so if you now that she's has a fine, okay, so she can go up to legendary, and now you can add other things if you wanted to. I'm a little confused, but we're gonna go with it. Slaying. We're not gonna put a slaying on there. Do we want to put a lash? Why not? What lash do I like for her? You know, I guess we'll go with a shocking lance. Why not? Or burning. We could go with a shocking or burning. Looks like we got more ingredients for burning, so we'll do that. There we go. And do we want... What's the final type that we go up against the most? What's supposed to be the hardest one? I guess technically that freaking dragon, which was that dragon's a beast. So we could put a plus 25% damage against beast, but you know, we'll look at that a little time. All right. So we know she's got the weapon that we want permanently. I don't know if that's the long sword that he's supposed to have permanently. We're definitely not sticking with this Raven Wing with her permanently. We are sticking with this permanently, but he already had it's soul bound, so we already have the final level of that. All right, I think this is just about as good as it's going to get. So we'll close out of this now.
I shall.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
And let's look at your crowd control. Defend self. No. Aggressive. Use per rest. Yep, we'll work with it. All right. Whew. Now we can finally go back. My two characters are from Bloodlock and Spines Reach. I don't really touch Honori and Durant. They made some very stupid decisions during the Second War Night that killed the only people that know how to keep shadow elementals in check.
Is another foreign colony.
I can see that being problematic. All right. Will they let us rest? Yep, rest. What do I want? Oh, I could get +2 mechanics, but I'm not going to do that. +3 might. Yeah, we'll do +3 might. All right. And now let us enter Durgan's Battery. God, I wish in real life work like that. I need to go to work. Time to put on my tie of Intelligence Plus 2 and perform better today. If only. Hey, why is slow mode activated? Come on now. Is why the first war up. I don't know what happened there. All I know is they poked something they didn't know how to handle. Honorian and Durant both are zealots to their beliefs to the point it's detrimental to the safety of the continent law. Stupid good. I can see why you wouldn't want to be associated with them. All right, save here. And let me just check. So Assassins at Large is my main one. Opus Durgan's Battery, that's what we're about to do, his better half. I think we have to get more from, we have to get the last piece out of Durgan's Battery. Burn of Memory. I think we have to wait until White March Part 2 to do that. Siege of Crackholt, that's going to be the one of the last things we do in the game. We'll do Battle of Yenfield after we get through with the castle. Palagina, can't do that until we're at Twin Elms. Can't do that until we're at Twin Elms. Can't do that until later. Master of Below, can't do that until later. Trials of Durants. And, oh, we'll also do that when we finish with the castle. Garage Course, I've located, oh, wait, I've located its helm, one of the parts of Stalwart Village. Only one part remains, right? That's what Yagardar. I saw tracks leading north. What? I don't know what happened with this one. Bounty, I know how to do that. Belated the Endless Pass, I know how to do that as well. Okay, that's fine. All right. And that's quick save, and then accept, and then White March, and then Durgan's Battery. Yeah, we might have to look up the Ugator part and see if maybe I missed something. Head north, but north from where? The quest probably updated when I picked up something in particular. But, oh, that might be the one where we left. Because it was the fights were ridiculous. I think I know exactly what area is talking about. So we'll come back when I'm outfitted a little bit better. All right. Summoning the Albady goddess of elemental spirit. Who is the Albady goddess of elemental shadows, eternal enemy? Guess what she does? Wow. I guess after 22 years, it makes sense that this game has such a deep lore system to it. But it's dungeon crawl rules. Items aren't identified until you put them on, and 75% of curps. Whoops, this was a cursed slipper of tax multiplication. You can't take it off unless you visit a priest. Nice. All right, finally, Durgan's Battery. We're making progress, y'all. We're making progress. Slowly but surely getting through this. Durgan's Battery. Enter. There we go. Though the wind and the ice have pried long, jagged cracks in the walls, the doors feel as solid and as cold as a glacier. Gilded panels are arranged in columns along the doors. Though most depict scenes from daily life, dwarves chiseling at tunnel walls, hauling mine carts, or feasting at long tables, one pane at eye level catches your attention. It's a relief showing a crenellated wall and, above it, an indentation in the shape of an anvil. Ah, crap. Am I really supposed to... I'm supposed to remember the way that this goes. Okay, fine. I remember the hammer stuff. Hammers of the Durgan ring loud. May the anvil's deep music resound. Nothing happens. Place the anvil tile in the relief. The anvil-shaped tile fits perfectly in the impression. You feel a warm thrum in your fingertips as you snap it into place. Hammers of Durgan ring loud. May the anvil's deep music resound. Distantly, you hear the melodic chime of metal on metal and the low chorus of a work song. Strike the anvil relief. As you do, a single ringing tone whistles through the air. Your hand buzzes and vibrates like struck metal. When you look back at the relief, the panels on either side of the wall and anvil have come alive. Ogres and warriors of all races gather for battle, their shapes and silhouettes formed by flaring world heat patterns. The tiny figures move and dance, animated by the flickering blaze of an unseen fire. Walls of the battery safeguard our works from marauder and wilder alike. You hear the heavy thud of some kind of mechanism loosening behind the plaque. Strike the warriors. The buzz of essence fades and the relief reverts to its original state. Ah, great. Hammers of the Durgan ring. Strike the anvil. Keep us safe from marauder and wilder. Push the crenellated wall relief. It slides easily with the slightest pressure from your fingers. You guide it up and over the anvil relief where it clicks into place. Beneath it is a deep cavity. It's shaped like a dragon's gaping jaws. Abaddon's faithful travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. Warm air gusts from the open mouth, tingling your cold, numb face. Examine the mouth more closely. The heat billowing from the mouth prevents you from getting too close, but the rim of the cavity and the tiny teeth surrounding it are blackened with soot. You accidentally inhale some of the vapor. It's odorless, but leaves you lightheaded. You also notice that the dragon's tongue is a fire striker. It's hinged and attached to a chink of flint. Press the dragon's tongue to light a fire in the mouth. Or you could wouldn't sticking your mouth your weapon into the mouth have the same effect without you actually doing it yourself. Stick your weapon into the mouth. Ah, ha, 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 ha. So annoying. Strike, strike, push. Abaddon's faithful. Press the dragon's tongue to light a fire in the mouth. Fire catches the warm vapor with a billowing whoosh. The dragon's eyes are alight and flames lick at the edges of its mouth. A few seconds later, the panel is sliding away from you as the two enormous doors swing open into a grand hall. And there we have it. Camera, not the cursed slipper. Proof that real life isn't a simulation. No one has discovered an item dupe glitch yet. Walls of the battery next. Then crenellated wall relief, then Abaddon, then mouth. Yep, we got it done. It's all good. Took a little bit. I don't remember how hard this section is, but I guess we're about to find out. I remember this being like a really long dungeon crawl, though.
Thoughts will be as silent as my...
It feels even colder in here. Something isn't right.
Descend into the great hall. The statue of Abaddon is molten and tarnished, but each bolt and rivet appears crafted with meticulous detail.
And the fire shows me something new.
We earned this. Durgan's steel has lined our halls in gold. Your vanity dishonors Abaddon and cheapens us all.
These weapons are ours. Or have you two forgotten how to hold a sword?
This what it feels like to be a watcher? I think I'd be going crazy too.
Oh, is this the other side of the upstairs where we were able to see it? We could have jumped over here if we wanted to. but I decided to go the regular way, if I remember correctly. Let's see. So everyone was either enslaved or in the process of getting crispy. Only 5 people left that weren't controlled by this, and they were Spurianers. We sent a nuke. An upper section of the side of the towers crumbled, blocking access from within. Go up here. Nope, nothing there. Ooh, what were those gloves? They looked interesting. And hey. Okay, so it wasn't the upstairs that I was looking at. It's a completely different section, but still good stuff here. Okay. Nope, that isn't. They have the no, that isn't an item dupe glitch. Just a purely visual bug. And we nuked the entire plane. That nuke had 25 and lots of accelerant in it. Good Lord, there's a lot going on in that game.
A simple test.
They're heading past here. Yep, I'm sneaking around to make sure I don't miss any of them.
Damn you both! My generation built this keep to honor Abidan, not to further your greed and ambition.
We're Pargrunin. Our forefathers explored and conquered, but you've stuck us in this frigid hall.
Paved with gold and marble. I won't allow us to abandon our legacy for your delusions.
No, you'll peddle it away to line your pockets. How much have you made selling our steel, Zoltan?
Again with your lies. You think I don't hear you turning the others against me? These walls echo, and...
Enough! I'll send the Forge Guardians on both of you if that's what it takes.
I can do that. That's settled.
Nice and quiet.
Nothing like destroying yourself from within. You think you glimpse flickers of movement in this tarnished, clouded mirror. You think you glimpse flickers of movement in this clouded mirror. Yep. What are you? Vessels. That's interesting. Doom, 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 doom. No. Excellent. And that's taken care of.
Certainly.
Slowly now.
Literally the story of so many dwarves. Yeah, that is typical, right? They end up turning on themselves.
Let us end. Let us end.
Boom, 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 boom. Whoa! That was more than a little bit ugly.
My mind is sharp as steel.
Lay here, you.
Try something else.
Sheesh. That dude ran straight over it. Why is Durants wasting a spell? Come on, man. That was just weird.
Certainly. To whispers and shadows.
Here we go. Whatever that cloak is, whatever that is.
And the fire.
Most of these crates and barrels are empty and several are overturned. It looks as if they were cleared out in a hurry.
The fire shows me something.
He's a traitor to the battery.
Is that someone's cat died and Durgan's battery fell to an ensuing Thatcher spell? Dwarf Fortress jokes.
And the fire shows me something new. I can do that. That's settled.
What's this? Ooh. Encased within a thick sheet of ice, this dwarven corpse has been remarkably preserved, though its features are obscured by the frost. Clutched in the dwarf's hands is a large cloth-wrapped bundle, perhaps a pack. Use your hammer and chisel to break the satchel free. You chip away steadily at the ice. Progress is slow, but in time, great chunks of ice begin to fall away, along with occasional gobbets of cloth and frozen flesh. At last, with an alarming cracking sound, the satchel emerges. Look inside. The contents of the satchel are largely unharmed. You find a handful of stamped coins, some papers, and a scroll, along with a heavy iron key. Further searching uncovers nothing else.
Margaret's
All right.
fire casts light in dark places.
Hopefully that key will prove useful. Let's continue on. So we could continue on this way, but
Quiet.
let's go this way.
She'll bring these walls down around us.
Diamond. Doesn't matter what game you're playing, diamonds are always useful. Whatever that stuff was. Whatever that stuff is. All right. Save there. Okay. Trap detected. Tables, shields, and collapsed stones have been piled up to form an impassable barricade.
That's settled.
Excellent. You. And can they be paralyzed? They can be paralyzed. Yes. Okay, cool. What just happened? What was that? Something just obliterated all of us. You know what? Okay. I know what the problem is. So here. We'll go here first.
Something over there.
All right. But then afterwards, we'll come back over there. We'll come around the other way.
Get out! Out!
Ooh. Except the other way is blocked. Oh, well. It was a thought. Ba, 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 ba. The insta-death spell? Yeah, it makes sense.
Just a quick nap.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Who asked about a nap? What in the hell, bro? This thing is only just getting started.
I shall be discreet.
So is that what happened? They triggered the trap, and it's an insta-death trap. Interesting.
Oh?
Who are you? Fight. Who are you? Fight. Do what you're gonna do. Who are you? Same deal. Fight. Come on. Durants actually picked this up. Are you serious? Whatever. It would have been fine if Durants didn't keep getting up. Come on now, y'all. Finish it off, please. Thank you. It would have been fine if Durants had just picked it up. I have no idea why he lifted up after I made it clear I wanted you to deal with this. Whatever.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Ooh. Gar key comes in handy. What's in here?
He'll regret this.
See now what the flame has shown us?
You... No. Come on, man. Durants' lack of being able to deal with traps is irritating me so much. Ooh, yes. This quest is finished at least. As it has twice before, your vision blurs and fades to black. When it returns, you find yourself on your knees, a shattered sword in your hand, and a broken, battered helm in front of you. Your helm. You can feel blood pouring down one side of your face, and you know for certain that you will never see out of your left eye again. Arrayed around you in a circle are other warriors, some from your tribe, the rest from an enemy tribe. They watch the combat in silence. You are going to die, old man. Your opponent is brash, but young and strong. You still think single combat was a good idea? You do. Last winter's famine took a heavy toll on your tribe, and your warriors were in no shape to fend out at all out attack from its enemies. Single combat was your tribe's only hope, but not if you lose. Once again, the world stops. The memories trail awaiting your guidance. Take him down with you. You force yourself to your feet and toss away your broken blade. Summoning the last reserves of your energy, you charge your opponent. He's ready for you. His blade bites deep into your side. A mortal blow. He laughs, but the last laugh is yours. You are older and you are slower, but you're still strong. You seize the young warrior's head and with a roar of triumph, snap his neck and drop his corpse into the mud. You remain standing, sheer willpower keeping you up until you're certain that you are the undisputed winner of the combat. It's not until the last of the enemy warriors have left your village that you allow yourself to collapse. The last thing you ever remember is the hands of your people reaching out to catch you. Yes, it's all coming back. My sister, my reign, the end. Oh, Garrod looks at his own spectral form with a sad surprise in his eyes, watching it begin to fade. But I've only just seen it. There's been so little time to know what to make of it all. Farewell, Garrod. He sighs. The wheel has no patience, it seems. I entrust my helm to your care. You find Garrod's helm in your hands, whole and unbroken. Farewell, my friend. All right. What's the deal with that? What's this? Might +3 and retaliation? What's that? Characters hitting self? Well, we know who needs this. Good old Eder. Yeah. You look good. You look good, boy. You look good. Healing bonus. 25% healing received. These two probably do not stack. Troll belt. Okay. Wait. I haven't found good heavy armor for you yet? That seems odd. Wayfair. Enchantments, high to low. There we go. We got this white crest armor here. Let's put that on you, boy. Am I crazy for thinking? Yeah, this, good lord. This is definitely better. What are you wearing? Oh, you're wearing the regular plate. You've got DR10, medium armor. What's this? Light, DR11, DR12. We might stick with that. It's fine. Okay. Now that that's all done. Bonus range damage. In fact, does she make use of that? Might +2. All right. What the wheel holds. Sagani has finished her quest. Excellent. All right. And unlock with guard's key. Ooh. During an iron ingot. And I've got camping supplies here if I need them. All right. I guess we're just... Eder's going to have to bite the bullet. Yeah, sure. All right. And he took that like a champ. I'm so proud of you, brother. Hey, and look at that. I think that that's probably something that helps you, sir. Let's see. Medium shield. Are you using medium or heavy shields? I can't remember. You've got a unique one-handed shield. This is not a unique one-handed shield. Should be 12, -4. Let's see. 10% of ranged attacks reflected back at the attacker. Thrust of Tattered Veils, 8 of 14. And it grants bash. What's this do? Plus 50 defense while stunned. Plus 50 defense while prone. Plus 8 shield deflection because it's exceptional. I think we're going to stick with the one that we have. This makes more sense. Florian, what's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a while. Hopefully, I should be back to a regular schedule now that I'm through with the conference. Apologies for the delay. How have you been doing? What's going on out here?
How long before the commandants come to blows?
Did you see the look in Maroon's eye? Exandro had better watch his back.
Not much more. Okay. Feast Hall. Oof. 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 Got a whole lot going on here.
Yes.
Whoa! I didn't appreciate the way they did that at all. To be completely frank with you. And they got Palagina knocked down. Definitely don't appreciate that either. Fatigue.
Thing isn't doing the job.
Good enough. Excellent. Okay.
Flame and sound.
Oh, and it comes back right back around to where it was. Okay, cool.
Certainly.
That works. And some more interesting gloves.
See now what the flame has shown
Zoltan's
us?
the only one with sense. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool.
That cheat sold our steel and kept the coin himself.
Maroon! She won't rest until our corpses decorate the halls.
A bronze statue of Abaddon stands over incense, ash, and rusted metal tokens. First time in 2 months I had time to catch a live stream. Was mostly busy with recuperating from my leg injury.
Cowards.
Are you completely healed? This is actually the first time I've streamed in, I think, about a month. I think it was like September 1st the last time I streamed. Things have been absolutely crazy with me. Have you watched Rings of Power? Thoughts?
We've got to survive by any means necessary.
We'll have blood in these halls before long.
I have not watched it yet. I actually plan, I'm hoping that I'll be able to start catching it this weekend. My wife is actually a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so it's not the kind of show that I could watch without her. And she hates watching things like once a week. So we basically decided, okay, we'll let a few episodes stack up and then we'll watch it. Really? That minor fatigue is actually real? Is going to stick on there? You know what? No, we're not going to rest yet. As you approach the doorway, a wave of essence ripples through the air. The ancient stones grind and groan around you, and a woman's voice echoes from the hall. Have you been watching it? Do you have any thoughts on it so far?
Stop right there. You must be some merchant come to speak with Zoltan.
There's a pause in which the woman's wrathful essence gathers like a storm cloud on the other side of the door. The entire room creaks from the pressure of her presence. Her true quarrel is with Zoltan, but she will take it out on you if she can.
Our illustrious coin master may let you plunder our armory, but I've got other ideas for dealing with your lot.
Her voice is sharp and loud, like the slamming of a door. As her words echo in the chamber, the ghosts startle and flinch, glancing about in agitation.
Turn and go before I show you how an arms warden deals with trespassers.
What's going on here?
Pargrunen quarrels are no business of yours, outsider.
Her tone is as cold as the icy halls around you. Who are you?
I'm Maroon, proud Pargren and arms warden of Durgan's battery. And you're answering my questions now.
Stone grinds and crumbles at the sound of her voice. A group called the Leaden Key is seeking something here. The ghosts stir, looking around and shivering. Their eyes widen and glow as they light on you, as if they're noticing you for the first time. Just as quickly, they gaze away and seem to forget you once more. But now they seem alert, wary.
Whoever you're searching for, I haven't seen them. And none get past me. Leave our halls. Go back to whatever land you hail from.
Lore, your foundations were blessed by Abaddon himself. What harm could I possibly do?
You sound like Exandru. At least you're no friend of Zoltan's, then.
A gust of air sighs across your feet.
You may pass, but don't make me regret this. I'll be watching you.
And this is the way out, correct?
I'll see what I can find.
Excellent. Before we leave here, let's regain our strength, get that endurance thing off. And what's the main thing? We're not fighting Wilder here, right? Are they considered primordial? Or speed? No, actually, when I looked at it, they're vessels. That's what they are. They're vessels. There we go. Rings of Power is okay. It'd be better if it didn't have the Lord of the Rings name attached. Really? Why's that? Oh, yeah, I'm all healed up besides some minor nerve damage, but that will take a few months to heal. Awesome. So you're doing much better. Glad to hear that, man. I'm a big Tolkien head, too. In my opinion, the show's just really mediocre. It's not awful, but there's almost nothing good about it. Without the brand, it'd be a complete flop. So why do you feel like it's mediocre? Hey, man, new to the channel, but like what I see, keep up the good work. Thank you, Duncan. Glad you were able to make the stream, man. Glad you've been enjoying the content thus far. The undead are vessels. Yep, that's why I figured. That's why I selected vessels. It'd be better if they didn't have the Lord of the Rings attached. I don't really enjoy it, to be honest. I say it's okay because I guess some people like it because it's not Lord of the Rings. So what makes it not Lord of the Rings?
We can't hold him off!
Fall back!
Well, that's interesting.
Yes?
Oh. Virulent poison. No, he's got to walk over to do that, right?
How mad?
Well, that helps. Okay, so he can do this. Oh, they're immune to that. That doesn't help. Great. Ba-na-na. Ba-na. That helped tremendously. I almost want to give that another whirl, in fact. But here, we'll just do a regular old fireball. Oh, no, we're good now. Excellent. Okay. Now, Eder, I guess is who we use here. Why isn't Eder doing more? Here, you'll come here. And so will you when you get started. Eder, come all the way over here. Come here. There we go. Whenever you wake up, do that. You can start now. There we go. Oh, wow, she's still up. Whoops. And there we go. Much better. Kabakajuje. Okay.
Slowly now.
Now, where were we? Something heavy broke through the railing and gouged a chunk out of the bridge. Heat ripples and rises from gate-covered hallways below you. Every bone in this skeleton has been snapped in 2 or more places. Yeesh.
They're coming!
Because it's not Lord of the Rings. They have the names of the characters, but it's their own lore. Like they didn't read any of the books, and you can tell. They just picked random characters for the movies and went, you see that Galadriel that you know and love? Yeah, I'm going to turn her into my own. Interesting. Camera is incredibly slow paced. It tries to do Game of Thrones style parallel narratives, but fails to tie them together in an interesting way like Game of Thrones did. Most of its characters are annoying or boring. It's a bunch of mystery boxes that definitively won't have an interesting resolution that matters. And their own is annoying, boring, unlikable in my opinion, their own lore. Oh yeah, Amazon only had the rights for the movies, but no Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, and all the other works of Tolkien. Really? So a huge chunk of the lore of the Second Age can't be referenced in the show. I didn't realize this. I thought the show was basically going to be based on the Silmarillion. Wow. So they just basically had to just come up with some stuff. Then why did they bother? Just leave it untouched if you don't have a huge chunk. I have no idea. They did it because they know it's an absolute money-making machine.
A simple test.
And they know...
I can do that.
Are you serious? Lock picking 13. His mechanics 10. I don't think. Do we have any potions that increase mechanics? One's per rest. That's why. That's absolutely why they did it. And so those people. Like, most people don't care about the lore. Like, think about how many people have actually read those books. Like, my wife, huge fan of the movies. She's never read the books. I tried to read the books to her, but she says my voice makes her fall asleep. So it just is what it is. Plus, you know, the books, they've got a lot of songs in them. Like, there's a lot of extra stuff in there that people who are fans of the movie might not necessarily be fans of. So... yeah, the people only the true fans will really care, and the Lord of the Rings now has such a massive audience that have never read the books that it doesn't. I don't think it really damages the ability of the show to be successful, the way it would if you were talking about like some of those comic book series where it has a very small fan base and you really need the fan base to be invested in the property in order for it to do well. Like Black Panther. Black Panther would not have been nearly as successful if black people didn't embrace it so openly and so aggressively. You know, but Lord of the Rings, they don't need the actual, you know, fans of the lore in order for it to be successful, which is probably unfortunate. You know, I'm not going to say that because I haven't seen it yet. So maybe I'll see it and I'll be like, you know what they've done with it is actually really, really cool. And I'm glad they had the opportunity to do that despite it not being close to the lore. But something tells me I doubt that that's the perspective I'm going to walk away with after watching it. So it is what it is. Next time I'm in a scroll shop, or a potion shop. I really need to see if they have something for mechanics. +3 stealth. All right. Yep, nothing. These money machines just, I got the annoying ghost. They don't care about the fans. Basically. Yep, it feels years back when the movie was released. Then this came out, the damage would have been big. Exactly. But now the movies have already been out and it's already solidified the fan base. So they've already, like, there was a time when they really needed the people who are huge fans of the lore, but that is no longer the case. Now they don't need you. They've already gotten what they wanted. And honestly, you know, let's be real. Fans of the lore also got what they wanted, because it's not like if even if I dislike the show, it's not like if I look back on it, I'm going to say to myself, man, I wish I hadn't supported those original movies if I had known that this was good, what was going to happen. Like, I still love those movies. Swords and Helms have been laid at the feet of the statue. And I'm still glad that those movies were created. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Losing ground!
What? Who sees me?
They're coming over the barricade!
They're saying, oh, okay, nobody sees me. Cool. The wall has been smashed into great jagged shards. Only a few bones protrude from the rubble, and they've been broken like twigs. Skeletons lie, crushed beneath enormous stone slabs.
They rage and battle still, Watcher. We must be careful.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
Yeah, the first season had a cost of $1 billion. Oh, right. I remember reading something about that. Like, it's the most expensive TV show ever or something, right?
Out of my way!
Heat from the level below prickles your skin. Something burns beneath you, but you can't see what. Ba-dum-dum. Oh? What is going on? Doom. Just watch the first Rings of Power episode and you'll know what it is. I couldn't finish it. What's going on, Robert? Glad you were able to make the stream. I was like, maybe Cobra Kai is good. I want to watch Nope.
Certainly.
Yeah, I did hear that the first episode is really, really slow and hard to get through. But I also heard that the 6th episode is like one of the greatest episodes of television ever. That's what multiple reviews seem to say. ROP just has baffling craft choices, like a 40-second slow-mo of Galadriel riding a horse with the 8-second zoom on the actress's rictus grin. It's something that obviously should have been cut. Interesting. I like Nope. Nope was okay. I was a little disappointed by it, to be frank, but it definitely had its moments. It definitely had its moments. Silmarillion has my favorite scene in all of Lord of the Rings. Really? It's Fëanor screaming at Satan to get the hell off his porch. Literally. I actually never read the Silmarillion. I read all the Lord of the Rings, all of the trilogy, and of course the Hobbit. But I never what is this? They're not spirits. What is going on? Why? So I wasn't able to target them like enemies at first. That's weird. Whatever. If that's what it is, that's what it is. Ooh. Mm-hmm.
Spot on.
How long? 15 seconds? Excellent. Nope was super cool. Not a horror movie, but more of a funny sci-fi. And I think that's what I found disappointing. I felt like if you're gonna call your movie Nope and say that it's like, you know, about the terrible things people might see on the screen that horrify them, then to me it should be more pure horror, you know. And so the fact that it was so comedic and more of a character study caught me off guard. Many of these bones have been grounded to grit. I might like it more if I saw it a second time with the understanding of what they were going for, you know, but as it stands, just having seen it once, I wasn't wholly satisfied. Love peers. Enjoy it, man. Never let the party out the screen. They're right. What's going on, Dark Elf? Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it.
Hold him off! Move!
Definitely enjoying it and definitely looking forward to Pillars of Eternity too. The one good thing about Rings of Power so far is the soundtrack. Oh, really? So it does have good music. Because that was the thing that I loved about the movies. They obviously put a lot of effort into the music there. And it worked to the advantage of the series as a whole. Did the spirit just disappear? Ooh, yep, I knew. I was like, this just feels like a setup. Mm-hmm. Knew it.
Oh?
There we go, and that's 16 seconds. Excellent. You know what? We'll go ahead and just completely disintegrate you. And then you... We'll put her on there.
I'm ready.
That's it.
Boom, 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 boom. What's that? Body attunement. None of that helps, so we'll just freeze you again. Same with you. Let's do some freezing.
That's it.
There we go. Is there any setting you are a huge lore fan of, similar to how your wife is a Tolkien fan? I would say we are equally fans of Tolkien. Because, again, she never bothered to read the books, whereas I've read all of the books except the Silmarillion multiple times. So definitely a big fan of that. I'm also a big fan of the Harry Potter series. I read through all the books multiple times, and I've seen all of the movies multiple times. The iron and copper deposits are spattered with blood. Other than that, from a movie property standpoint, is there any other one that I'm like really into? Oh, and Game of Thrones. I'm definitely a huge Game of Thrones fan, so I've read all of the Game of Thrones books that have come out thus far. That were part of the Song of of Ice and Fire series. I didn't read the prequel books that this new show is based on. Rocks choked the tunnel mouth as if it caved in or was purposefully collapsed some time ago. And I saw the all of the original Game of Thrones run, and I have seen all but the last 2 episodes of this new run. So I've been watching it, but since I was out of town, I have to catch up a little bit. So yeah, there are definitely some things I'm fans of. Get thee gone from my gate, thou jail, crow of Mandos. City, shut the doors of house to the face of the biters dwellers. That's awesome. If I have to watch 6 episodes to get something good, I would rather watch something good like Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, I agree with that, and that was a interesting to hear it worded in that way. Like, it was clear a lot of the reviewers feel like this is way too slow, and that it's a lot of build up and not enough foundation laying. But at the same time, I don't really allow that to count against the show, because I feel like you could say that about a lot of great shows. Like the first season of the original Game of Thrones run is really a lot of buildup if you look at it. The first season of Breaking Bad is a lot of buildup if you look at it. Like these shows, if you just take that first season, it's not really indicative of the greatness to come. So when I see that the first season of Lord of the Rings really isn't all that great and it's all just set up, it doesn't put in my mind that, oh, this thing is just going to be trash overall. Actually, let me check over here before I go back over there. Yeah, I wasn't so interested in Nope until I heard the monkey going off at his birthday party and how that affected the child actor. See, and that I did feel like that was very interesting, but I don't feel like they followed up properly on that. I don't feel like that was a thread that they really all the way wrapped up, and so it was kind of weird to me how much time was spent on it. The iron and copper deposits are splattered with blood. Why are these spears just hanging out over there? What's up with that? And then, so wait, have I not gone down this way? Looks like no. Splattered with blood. Then what's over here?
Are we safe here?
Quiet.
So that Karen, it shouldn't take 6 episodes to read. That's like 3 hours of book waiting. I give most seasons 2 episodes max. Was anyone able to make it through Witcher season 2? I was able to make it through, but I'm not proud of it. I was not impressed. I don't know. I got hooked in the first season of Game of Thrones right away. I did too. I enjoyed it, but there are definitely a lot of people who felt like it wasn't really all that great, but it had a great ending. And so that great ending kept people hooked. And it was definitely something where a lot of people were, shocked by it. The Expanse is one of my favorite series, but it suffers from that as well. First few episodes really take a long time to get going. So is The Expanse really good? Considering the kind of stuff that I like, is it something I should check out? Like the first Game of Thrones episode, Game of Thrones was interesting for the first episode. I think I fell asleep, woke up, lathered, rinsed, and repeat the same process 8 times in the first episode of Rings of Power. Interesting. What I got on the monkey from Note was that the actor thought he had a connection with the animals that let him live, and he could use the same connection on the entity. I got that, but I don't understand how he got to the point of running shows. And to me, the ending of his arc didn't make sense. It seemed like they should have been doing more with the character. Expanse is fantastic. What is so great about Expanse? Because it's like it ended its run, right? I think it's like 5 or 6 seasons, and now it's like over. So it does tell a complete story. The Durants remains lie on the floor, covered in dirt and swathed in cobwebs. Essence drifts nearby, hanging in the stale air like dust motes. Reach out. No, search the body. No, reach out to the essence. It takes a little additional effort, but you manage to gather the floating essence to you. You work your way into it and suddenly find yourself immersed in the soul's memory. The shock hits you with an almost physical force. Your heart hammers within your chest. Other Pergrunin rush past you, retreating or attacking. It's gotten hard to tell. You're running along a dark tunnel, pushing your overtaxed body as far as it will go. Your heart pounds harder with each step. Concussive thumps echo above you. Each one seems to resound in your heaving chest. You pass the mines and reach the main hall. It's packed full of shouting, shoving, panicking dwarves. Even if you could reach the door at the other end without getting trampled or beaten to death first, something in the fever of the crowd tells you it's already locked. The tunnel behind you rings with screams. You had another dial for the door to the forge below, but it's locked in the workshop on the other side of the barricade. The sounds of battle grow closer. You race to the mines, ignoring the building pressure in your chest. You scurry deeper into the mines, losing track of your path. The tunnels seem to close around you. You stumble and fall. You try to pull yourself up, but your arm is dull with pain. Even though you stop, you can't quite catch your breath. For the first time, you notice a squeezing agony in your chest. Darkness gathers around you. You pull back from the memory, gulping for air. Search the body. A key glints in the dirt next to the corpse's femur. As you examine it, the nearby spirits grow restless, growling and fidgeting. That must be the key to the door we couldn't unlock. Take the key. You push the bones aside and grab the key. As you do, you hear screams of horror and fury. The dead of Durgan's battery converge on you. Their unnatural teeth and claws bare. What is this? A wraith. Okay, it just looks all green and weird. Cool. Well, we're going to freeze you. And we'll also freeze you. Oh. Mm-hmm. And lovely. Just lovely.
Certainly.
Bam. I was about to say, just one of you? That's not going to be enough. Expanse is fantastic. It's easily the best sci-fi in recent years. Yeah, it's over. It's just a competent sci-fi book show series with the focus on space politics with interesting point of view characters. The Expanse is hard sci-fi. Everything in it feels real, from the political stuff to the characters. The side characters are amazingly well written and acted. So is it like Battlestar Galactica then? Like, when I think of political sci-fi, that's always the first show that comes to my mind. Is that a good description of it? I like the first few seasons of Expanse. Tom Jane is a scene stealer from his early career as Stalwart on to Punisher. I loved him in Punisher. I feel like he was criminally underused. Like, are Gundam and Legend of Galactic Heroes better? Probably yes, but Expanse is very good. I never watched Gundam, but on looks of things, I don't think Earth will ever reach space politics. Probably Mad Max politics. Expanse is as close as you could get to Asimov's Caves of Steel. iRobot film did nothing. It even violated the law of robotics. The biggest problem it has is that the leading man is a charisma void. The rest of the characters of the main team are great for different reasons, so it still works. Interesting. Okay.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen.
As I have time, I will get into it. Which streaming service has it? By the way, anybody know?
And what does the flame reveal?
What does the flame reveal? There's some more of them spirits up here, right?
Stop it!
Yep. There we go. What in the hell is going on? Ooh, somebody like that. Ooh, a couple of characters like that.
Certainly.
Are you serious? There's still more fighting that I haven't done yet? Okay. Biggest problem. I can see floating space colonies like in Gundam. I've recently watched the original Gundam. Good stuff. Okay. Pretty sure it's on Amazon. Okay, Amazon now. Went through the hands of like 3 different publishers to get there though. Started on Sci-Fi Channel of all places. Nice. Mine cart Durgan. For some reason I remember this one being kind of weird. We might have to do it a couple of times. We'll see. Yeah, the first season has a nice murder mystery, but I would check out the first 2 seasons at least. It's almost as good as Firefly. Ooh, that's high praise. Just no other show has been able to distinguish between spaces and people that live on Earth-like planets like Asimov did, except The Expanse. So Asimov was a TV show? I know nothing about it. It is Cameron. A lot of the old shows were essentially writers' predictions on what the future will be like. An empty minecart sits at the mouth of this tunnel, waiting to be loaded up with ore. Despite the condition of some of the surrounding tunnels, this cart and the tracks beyond appear to be intact. There's a lever at the base of the tracks. Look inside the cart. The cart is empty, if dusty and patchy with rust, and large enough that a group of kids might fit inside uncomfortably. Oh, wait. Continue. The empty minecart set up on the tracks leading down a dark mining tunnel. There's a lever beside it. Walk away. I just realized we didn't come across another exit from here, right? No, we don't have. There's been no other exits that we've seen. Therefore, this mine cart is probably our ticket out. Oh wait, no, we haven't searched down here at all. So let me be sure if this is supposed to be our way out.
For the battery!
Asimov was a famous sci-fi writer in the 20th century. What did he write that I should know?
Be constant.
Ooh, crap. All right, quick save. And then freeze you. Actually, no. Yeah, freeze you. And then freeze you.
Your thoughts must be.
Oof. Grieving mother. Come down here. There we go. You. Also come down here. You. I was about to say, when is this troll going down exactly? Good Lord. Thank you. And you're about to be unparalyzed. Okay. No problem. Let's paralyze you again. Hey, and look at that. Finally going up to join your fellows. All right, now. Excellent. Bomb. Down. You should be going down too. There we go. And we'll freeze you just to be sure. Excellent. Best known for his Foundation series. Foundation. Okay, yes, I have heard of that. I don't think I've read like the whole series.
Silence surrounds me.
But I've had conversations about it before. iRobot, Caves of Steel. The people in space have autoimmune disease and thin bones, etc. Interesting. I watched the first season of that recent Foundation TV show. That was really good too. Interesting. I don't remember a Foundation TV show off the top of my head.
Something over there.
These scrolls catalog quantities of ore and minerals taken from the mines. Oh, wait, what's that? A freezing draft filters through the collapsed wall. It looks as if something broke through from the outside.
Let's see what I can find.
This is a map of the mines, but various tunnels and choke points have been marked off with arrows and X's. It looks like a hasty battle plan. Spence gets it pretty well with the spaces. Foundation show would be cool. Is that on Amazon? What is going on? Whoa.
They shall see nothing.
All right. And boom. I love the sound of that boom when it lays them completely flat. Very, very satisfying. You. What's the deal? No, come over here, Paladin. There we go. Boom, boom. Excellent.
Certainly.
Why does it look like I haven't been down over here? Okay, that's just empty space. Okay, cool. The breastplates and cuisses are all smashed or bent beyond further use. The stone slabs are shattered like pottery. That looks like a golem. A heavy bronze suit appears to have been ripped apart, its pieces scattered across the floor. I think so. I watched it through alternate means. As I remember, this place has so many endings. Yeah, I think you get to make some choices towards the end. I don't remember how it works, though. Asimov's Caves of Steel was the first example of human detective with a robot partner noir sci-fi subgenre. Oh, okay. Well, that's been heavily copied. That's pretty cool.
Blasphemy.
Despite the years of weathering, where the helmets on the other armors on the room are plain and lustreless, this one is brighter and more reflective. A circular depression carved into the stone sits below the relief of a dwarven warrior. The armor-clad figure stands over a defeated enemy. Inspect the stone carving. One hole punctures the bottom of the circular depression. Its edges seem worn, as if something has scraped against them. Above the depression, stepping on the corpse of a vanquished foe, a dwarf holds his own helmet high in sign of victory. Insert the sigil of the helm into the depression. You hold the symbol in place, matching its protrusions against the holes in the circular depression. They align perfectly. A gentle push is enough to slide the symbol into its receptacle. You hear a faint clicking sound behind the stone wall. Yeah, Caves of Steel is really great. The movie with Will Smith was mistitled. Fallout 4 gets it better than iRobot. Interesting, interesting.
eyes open.
This armor has been posed bracing behind a broad shield, thick and sturdy as a city gate. A circular depression carved into the stone sits below the relief of dwarven warrior. Same deal. Inspect the stone carving. Above the depression, a dwarf appears ready to defend against a charge, holding a shield high and a sword low. Leave. The sword wielded by the suit of armor is covered in fine detail work, far more intricate than that of the armor itself. Inspect the stone, holding a shield low and a sword high. Insert the sigil of the sword into the depression. Hang your thing clicking. A hole bores into the stone. Its edges are blackened and gritty with soot. We'll circle back here. It looks like we're missing one of the sigils that we're supposed to use.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Should almost be done with this area. And then I believe the
Let us in!
The next one is the last one. To seek the White Forge in the north.
They're coming!
Reached Old Valias in the west. As you approach the door, you notice a round depression within the surrounding frame. The molding around the depression is elaborately carved with a row of foreign symbols lining the topmost edge of the circle. Examine the socket. The depression is about 3 fingers width deep, with a few small stone fragments jutting out from within the wall. Some places seem to rotate independently along slots, but they have no obvious effect in and of themselves. Examine the socket. Oh, wait, no. Place a stone disc in the socket. At first, the disc does not seem to fit until it is oriented a specific way. You hear a quiet click of casings as it sinks into place. Nothing appears to happen right away, however. On the disc itself, an arrow-shaped protrusion points north. Rotate the dial clockwise. Rotate the dial counterclockwise. What? Rotate the dial, okay, clockwise. Comes to rest with a faint click. Clockwise again. Okay. Oh, wait. Didn't it say north? Push the disc. The dial spins out of your hand. It makes a complete revolution and rises so that it's flush with the rings once more. It comes to rest with the arrow pointing north. Leave. You hear fate grinded. The dial faces north once more. Addendum added. White Forge. The door leading down appears to be sealed, but there's some kind of socket next to it. The dial needed to open the way down is locked in the workshop. I found the remains of the old dwarf who left it there. Did it give me some sort of notes or something I was supposed to look at? I hate when they do that, to be honest with you. Because to me, they should write that in the journal. No, from Azo. Tattered map. Yeah, none of that looks correct. And I can't organize things by when I picked it up. The Light of Dawn, Red Saren. Yeah, see, none of this is, This is a directional puzzle. Yeah, I've gotten that, but I don't understand how you're supposed to know where, no, it was all on screen, ghosts yelling. Oh, well, I was ignoring that nonsense. Great. What's this? To seek the White Forge, head north, and bore our parents east. Wait. North, west, south, east. Okay, hold on. To seek. Oh, wait. A cold wind from the south reached Ovalia in the west and bore our parents east to the north. West, south, east, north. West. South. Excellent. East. Whoop, did that wrong. And push this again. No, did that wrong. That's interesting. So wait, I did west is what it's supposed to be. Push. Then we did it again. West, south. Push the dish again. Door is still locked, but this feels like the right direction. Okay. So we did west, south, and then we did east, north. So maybe northeast? That doesn't seem like it should make sense. But, okay, it's what we're going to do. What am I doing wrong? North should be last because we're at the White Forge. West is what we did. South is what we did. Oh, wait. No. Originally, cold wind from the south. No, it was all on screen. I hated it when weird voice might give me cryptic hints to the puzzles I'm facing. White Forge locked door. Okay. I think this can break. Oh, that's very comforting, sir. Thank you. Riso Valley in the west. Okay, a cold wind from the south, Riso Valley in the west. But they actually like west-south. So what if, oh, wait, here. Let's do this. Clockwise. Maybe we need to do this first. Then counterclockwise. Push disc. Then counterclockwise. Push disc. Yep. Clockwise. Push disc. They do not like that. That doesn't work. Fine. Reset it. Let's try this again. Okay. They like clockwise. Whoops, no. When you do this, it says you're on the right track. Push this. Door is still locked, but it feels like, or is it saying south is supposed to be first? Let's see. Let me check on this real quick, just to be sure. If I do that, and then clockwise, I can't remember if I tried this already. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't work. So here, let's say that they want south first. They want south first. Oh, cold wind from the south. Bore our parents east. Seems like something, it doesn't really make sense with this, but I'm just going to go with it. Let's say that they want north should clearly be last. And let's see, counterclockwise. What if you just press south? Right. Okay, so they just flat out want south to be first, which doesn't really make any sense considering the verbiage that they provided, but whatever. South, what happens if I do east? No, they don't like that. Okay. South. West. They like that. Okay, fine. Makes 0 sense, but I'll take it. Okay. And then counterclockwise again. And there we go. Recedes deeper to the side. You hear a clunk and a rattle of chains, and the door swings open. That makes 0 sense. A cold wind from the south. So it did south, Ristovalia in the west. Wait, actually, did I read that wrong? Maybe that does make sense. A cold wind from the south, Ristovalia in the west, and bore our parents east to seek the White Forge in the north. That does make sense. I'm just dumb. That makes complete sense. My bad. That's completely my bad. All right, now that we finished all that, let's go through these mine carts and the tunnels. Hopefully that gives us the last depression plate we need for the Abaddon puzzle. And then we will rest. and get that campus supply and then move on. Thank you, Rob. I do what I can. I do what I can. Look inside the cart. Oh, no. Climb in. You and your allies clamber into the mine cart in a graceless jumble of jabbing elbows and weapons. Pull the lever. With a shriek of grinding metal, the lever slides into place. The cart gives a mighty shudder, then starts rolling slowly along the track. The minecart moves downhill and quickly gathers speed. On the next rise, it becomes clear that there is some form of enchantment upon the tracks. The cart loses none of its momentum. After a sharp turn, you find yourself rapidly approaching a fork in the tracks. One track leads left and another upwards and to the right. Look around quickly. You notice another level set along the side of the tracks. The minecart hurtles along towards it. Grab the lever as you pass. How will you grab for the lever? This is a athletics thing or dexterity thing? I'm thinking dexterity? Maybe? Do it yourself. In a show of dexterity, you manage to hang over the side of the cart and grab the lever as it comes along. The impact nearly jars you from your perch, however, and leaves your shoulder aching. That's fine. We're going to rest soon anyway. There's a grinding noise, and then the tracks shift ahead of you. Just in time, the cart rattles along onto the right track. The distance here as it turns a twist, the minecart slows and stops at the entrance to a new cavern. Ooh, look at that.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Dented minecarts and heaps of rubble block this tunnel. And sigil of the shield. Just like that. Excellent, excellent. All right, let's go back. Hop in. Continue. Oh, but what are there anything else though? Climb inside. Pull the lever. Continue. Oh, nope. This is the way you're supposed to go. Hop in. Continue. Cool. That's it. All right. Now let's go back here. It's really funny that there's an obscure secret best ending to White March, and it doesn't matter in Pillars of Eternity 2 at all. Really. I don't think anything that happens in here really matters, right? For Pillars of Eternity 2. I mean, in the White March. I don't think any of White March really matters for the sequel, if I remember correctly. And here, insert the sigil of the shield. Here, faint clicking. Excellent. Drew art of the two doors in a Minecraft. There are no dwarf companions. Yeah. Seems like maybe that's a holdover from some things they thought they were going to do. And what's this? Soulbound mace. I'll take it.
These are Abidon's treasures.
You
Wizard, don't want that problem. Rogue. Yeah, I don't want that problem either. Dun da dun da dun. Boom, boom. Excellent. Oh. Didn't realize that some of them were just dominated.
That's
Excellent. There we go. And now back to the workshop. Where is the work? Oh, that's the workshop. Cool. Pretty much you get an item depending on what you do with the Durgan battery, and a breastplate depending on the Devil's Quest line resolution. Yeah. There are only 2 doors in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, but one is undead only. He's talking about here in Pillars, the scene that came up when I was messing around with the cart. Rest here. Loot here. Excellent. Now it's time to go downstairs. I think this is the final level. Yeah, this place takes just as long as I remember it taking to get to get through it all. Sheesh. There we go. Save there. Go downstairs. Use a string of actions by holding down the shift key while issuing commands. Is that right? Find the White Forge. Hey, another person leveled up. Ooh.
Together. We're in this together.
Several skeletons have been laid alongside one another. Their legs and ribs are broken, but a dented Abaddon statuette has been left amongst them.
I'll organize the troops to guard the stairs. We can hold them off for a while.
Vazo's repairing the Guardians. Elune's preparing for the... You can't be serious about this. Let's just wait those monsters out. Abidun wouldn't let us... Abidun rewards earnest work, not begging and cowering. We must hurry.
Not begging and cowering.
Keeping an eye out.
All right. So we're in... yeah, so I guess it doesn't really matter which direction we go in, but we'll try this.
We'll hold them off as long as we can.
Something pulled this construct apart like a child's toy. This wall was a yard thick and solid stone, yet something broke through. All right. Boulders and stone blocks tumble from the broken wall. It would require at least a dozen Amawa to move even one of them. No, I can't loot them, but they're lighting up like I should be able to, so it's kind of weird.
That's it!
Boom, boom. Girl, when are you planning a fire shot? Why are you just standing around? What in the hell is going on? That. This globe is marked with the various Pergrunan settlements around Eora. This gilded globe has been crafted with exquisite detail. Mountains of hammered gold rise over mirrored smooth seas, and the rivers that carve the continents are as thin and neat as if they've been carved with a razor. 3 perfect sapphires mark locations in Rautai, Old Valia, and the Living Lions. The bronze band that encircles the globe is inscribed with 3 repeating lines. Remember all, Pergrunan, from the oldest before you to the youngest who follow you. Examine the globe. The rounded sapphires are just large enough for you to press them with your thumb, but you test them and feel some kind of spring-loaded mechanism beneath them, but you can't determine anything further. Press the sapphire in Old Valia. It sinks into its flush with the surface. Press Living Lands. It clicks into place beneath the rippling ridge of a mountain. Press the sapphire in Rautai. Clicks into place along a curving coastline. As the last sapphire snaps into place, the globe glows with veins of brilliant blue light. Then it rotates a quarter turn. As the lights die out, you hear clanking gears and grinding stone from one side of the room. Take care, camera. Have a good one. I should probably go to bed. 10 minutes won't hurt. No another 10 minutes after that. Or another 10 minutes after that. Whatever you need to do, Threed. I'm glad you were able to join the stream, man.
Certainly.
I can do that. That's settled.
Oh, I could have read that to figure this out, but I figured Old Valia, probably the oldest one. Cool. All right. Oh, that doesn't lead out to anything. Cool. Oh, this is a treasury. This room probably locks off here. Awesome. Awesome. Take all that. What's that? Wood Wheeze. Unique battle axe. Exceptional scale armor. I'll take all that. Take that as well. Excellent. 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 Okay.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Abidan, guide us. Strengthen us with your flame, Lord Abidan.
Mm-hmm.
Temper us for the crucible.
So I just read up more on the infernal lore, and what did it tell you? A bronze statue of Abaddon stands over incense, ash, and rusted metal tokens. Ooh. Stonewall, vessel, spirit, vessel. Boom, boom. One got to be on the Spectre. Oh, and the other one to take this. Whoa, that's a big group. Really, really big group. I don't know who you are, but yep, whoever you are. Ooh, and you. Excellent, too. Let's go further up, shall we? Eder, come all the way around, please. There we go. There we go. Come all the way around over here. There we go. That's where we want you. There we are. Let's re-up on the beam. Oops. Re-up on the beam. There we go. Excellent. Take that, take that, take that. Excellent. So I get to be super powerful 5 times. Each time I use my super powerfulness, a debt builds. When it hits 5, my powers are taken from me, and I become needy. Wow, there seems to be no end to the mechanics available in this game that you're playing. A hole bores into the stone. Its edges are blackened and gritty with soot. Yeah, is that it? Oh, okay, yep. That's it for them. That's fine. Just want to make sure no spirits were coming out or anything like that.
Your thoughts must...
Durants, get in the action. You too, get in the action. There we go.
in that.
There we go. Enter. Go all the way to the back at her. There we go. Excellent. So when you say super powerful, what does that mean? Like, what sort of mechanics does it give you access to? I got to do vague, open-ended things for the desk to be erased. Each time I do, I don't see anything. Whoa, now I see them. They just came pouring out of nowhere. That's kind of weird, kind of discomforting.
Yes.
But okay. But hey, run up if you so please. I'll deal with you. Can Eder get past? Nope, he can't. Oh, wow. There we go. And bam. Much better. Come on now. He goes, or can I just become intimidate with someone? Intimacy removes one shred of my debt of the 5 and places it on them. There's a intimacy rating in the game? How do you get more of that?
Slowly now.
Good Lord, this screaming has got to stop. This is a separate room from where I've been before.
The records are here. Keep searching.
Torn scrolls and books with broken spines litter the floor below the shelves. Ooh, another arm.
Is this safe, Curate Loon?
No, it's necessary. Ancient scrolls have been yanked out of the shelves and left on the floor. Pergrunan histories lie open and abandoned. Some are missing pages. So
We'll give ourselves for the battery.
So if you can have private moments, does that mean you can have children? Something pull this construct apart like a child's toy.
I can do that.
All right.
I can do that.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
A star patterned crack radiates from the center of this table, as if a hammer or mace smashed it. A pair of skeletal hands protrudes from beneath it. That's fine. I find this really, really annoying. How you can be in an area that you're clearly a high enough level for, perhaps even over leveled for, and yet still running to doors and things that you are not even remotely capable of opening. That is poor design, in my opinion.
That's our best armors. They must stand up to the...
Cracked skulls and splintered bones lie in a jumble. Most of the remains have been ground into dust. Hey.
Right away, Master Vassal.
These pliers, picks, and awls were made for shaping metal. Dried blood flakes off of them like rust.
See now,
I wonder if
has
this
shown
is
us.
the key that I need. And if we need to rest, that's available to us.
I can do that. A simple task. Settled.
Excellent. Where was the door that I couldn't open? I think it was this one, right? You can. It would be super uncomfortable since it's teenage monsters in high school, very in the vein of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and other similar shows in the first few seasons. Interesting.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
But it is possible. Regular stuff. Regular stuff except gloves. Ooh, and more camping equipment. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take a rest since now we have 2 camping equipments available. Might as well take advantage. Take that. There we go. Okay. Cleared all this stuff. Oh, but we need to see what's further down over here.
Stand your ground!
Shadows.
Quickly! There's not much time!
What is this? This isn't the forge. That other place is the forge.
Alone, we've never introduced this much essence into the White Forge. It's settled.
Abidan gave us the tools, Vasil. We've got to make them work.
Books and pages scrawled with equations and measures of essence are scattered across this table as if someone went through them in a hurry. Bad situation. What is worth the possibility of becoming powerless and needy every 5th use of your powers, you ask? Well, you can add 2 to your roll, which is insane. You can instantly recover from 2 harm, which is insane, since the hitbox is only 4 points wide. Ooh, so basically you're immortal, right? And is this on your vampire character or the other character? Your skin prickles as you approach the vat. It teems with soul energy, with lives spent and stored thrice over. Essence roils like churning water, running over ancient pipes and gears. But there within the vat itself lies a heavy stone disc, runed engraved and pale as bone. Reach for the object. You feel a chill run up your arm the moment your fingers brush the disc's surface. Whispers erupt from the stone around you, and out of that chorus rises a single, steady voice.
Stop! These methods belong to us, to the Pargrunin!
What is this? Years of toil.
Years of toil. The pride of a generation. You would steal from us? From the...
Abidan himself. You will regret your trespass.
You hear a grinding, clicking noise in the hall. Something moans and snarls outside. We'll deal with it.
Nice and quiet.
Something over there.
Hey, look at Durants doing his job properly. And you could chew. And we'll deal with you. And you will deal with this. There we go. Ooh. People coming behind us. That's not cool. In fact, a lot of people come behind us. That's also not cool. Ah, great. That's excellent. Where is she? Where are you standing? This is her right over here, grieving mother. Might have to do this over again. I'm not sure. All right. First of all, Let's all deal with one at a time. And you know what? Let's help give you some survivability.
Just like an adherent.
Wow, why did he go down like that? That's weird. Why do you keep running over there? Deal with this, please. One at a time, one at a time, one at a time. This is for the tabletop RPG.
Oh?
I might have to do this again. I didn't do this right. I didn't do this right. No, that's not what I should have done.
Just get...
Why do you keep running over there? Oh, God. You know what? No, we'll do this again. Fine. Which is different. Tabletop RPGs can be played with 46 people, much less 84, which is what Yatola has on average. The other powers are use a power from a different class. Learn a secret fear, secret desire, secret strength. They choose which. They must answer honestly whether there's another player or the DM. And the last one, it's a doozy. You really, really want something, you can ask your patron for it, and they will give it to you. But there will be unwanted side effects the DM will hint at.
See now what the flame has shown us?
Interesting. Okay. These two. Excellent. Okay. And we'll do it with you. And also with you. And then revive. And let's do that. That's not good. What's this again? Grants. And then restoring a small amount of their endurance. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I remember you talking about Wrath of the Righteous coming to PS4. What's the problem? Are you serious? Once again, I get utterly destroyed by these people. I'm so confused. I'm going to have to take this one at a time for real. All right. You know, at the very last day, they removed it from the store? Like, this was the day it was going to release, and boom, it's gone. So, wait, does that mean Wrath of the Righteous is not out on PS4? I thought it was out on all consoles already.
Certainly.
What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong?
Eyes open.
I haven't seen.
Okay. Did that. What's the body attunement? Pain block, right. None of those really help right now. So, yeah, we'll do this. And then where is she? She look at it? Here, yeah. Frightened and sickened. Immune to sickened, but not to being frightened. Do that. He'll do this. He will do this first and foremost. Okay, now you're down. Let's deal with this.
That's it.
There we go. Now you. Except you. Whoa, well, who's over there? Eder? Fine. Let Eder be over there and deal with what he's got to deal with. Jesus. Oh, it's that trap. That trap destroyed Eder. Good Lord. Yep. Okay, now 55.
Feeling the strain. A gift if the ale fade.
Paralyze, petrify.
Doesn't wake up.
That. This should take care of itself automatically. Come on now, come on now. We just need a little bit more, please. There we go. Now she can wake up Eder. I assume that's the correct move right now. And then, how come? Okay, you're paralyzed, but you're not. Are you serious? She can't get through right now? Okay. Woo. No. She's got to run to do that. So you do this. And then quickly generates an explosive burn, damage to anyone in the area effect. There we go. Oh, and then you know what? Actually, he can revive people, right? Where did I see the revive? Where did I see the revive? Oh, this one, right? There we go. Girl, why haven't you used your low points yet? There we go. Do that. And then down with that. Let's add her up there. He'll be fine on his own. Okay. There we go. Now, all of you, deal with this one. You. Freeze that one. Make it easier to deal with. You. Knock it down as well. Excellent. Now, knock this one down. You. Freeze that one. Good Lord. Got to do this whole thing manually. And in fact, you. All right. Come on. Thank you. Good Lord. That was actually kind of brutal. And we still don't have everybody leveled up yet. But that was the last one until this final area, right? Okay, fine. Sheesh. All right. It's not out on PS4, no. Wow, I did not know that. How is it not out on PS4? So did Alcat provide a reason? All right, somewhere around here was... I don't remember where, though. Somewhere around here, there was some more sleeping.
Arm yourselves, soldiers.
Sleeping material. Tents or whatever. I intend to rest, but I want to replace my tent. But I'm not seeing it, so you know what? That's fine. We'll just eat that cost. It's not that big of a deal. Boom. And this has been finished. And that means everything is finished now. Bright Hollow Lab. Okay. So, quick say that. Not that I've seen. All that I know is it was supposed to release the day they removed it. That's weird. That's super weird. Sorry to hear that, dude. All right. Pretty sure this last room is the actual forge that finishes off this whole castle. I've been up and at it for about 4 hours. I think that's a good amount of time. It's 2 in the morning now. I'd like to at least get a little bit of sleep. My plan is to definitely be back on tomorrow evening and hopefully finish the rest of Durgan's battery and then also finish the Stronghold quest that we have standing out. And then there'll only be a couple of more things we have to do before we are finally finished with the end of Pillars of Eternity. I'm definitely looking forward to that. But until then, for now, Outcat just can't get their heads on straight when it comes to the PS4. Yeah, I'm going to look that up. They've got to have released something about it. They have to have said something to explain why the game isn't available on PS4. But appreciate everyone who was able to join the stream today. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hope you had a good time. I know it's been a while. I'm going to try to be more consistent than I have been. But until next time, oh, wait. On the topic of the Rather Righteous, I have a question that you'll probably know the answer to. If you want to play Monk of the Anzada Pack without mods, could I make the character lawful good on paper, but just play them as chaotic and use the respec mechanic to fix alignment if it drifts? Or would my paper alignment actually affect story stuff? I don't think your paper alignment affects anything. I think it's just that when you're not chaotic, you may not be able to do specific mythic quests. So you would have to respect your character when you're trying to do specific mythic quests to make sure you're that chaotic alignment. But otherwise, you should be fine if I remember correctly. But other than that, I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic evening and good night. Take care. Take care, Boss Page. Appreciate you joining the stream, man. Yep, you too, Demas. Have a good one. Have a good evening. Yep, what's up, Dorit? I'm still here. I think Lich is lawful evil, if I remember correctly. But I think neutral evil is actually accepted as well. Glad you enjoyed it, 3. Everyone have a good night.